Good afternoon, everybody. This is Gloria Kevlikute coming to you live from the 2022 ICSA College Sailing Open Fleet Race National Championships. We're here at Tulane University, and we have a beautiful view of the Lake Pontchartrain right now. I'm going to have someone joining me, Parker from class of 22 at URI. Parker, can you tell us a little bit about the conditions today?
Yeah, Gloria, we have a beautiful southerly joining us from the Gulf of Mexico, coming over the boathouse right now. It's a pretty balanced race course. There's opportunities to make gains everywhere, and it looks like these sailors are really enjoying the conditions.
That's awesome to hear, yeah. So if you guys didn't follow us for the Team Racing National Championship, we had a beautiful win from Yale. Conditions were much lighter then. It was definitely a lot hotter. With this nice breeze settling in for the open fleet races, we have a lot cooler conditions, so it feels a lot better for our sailors and so on, and we're happy to be here. We like the breeze because that helps us get the races off. Of course, there's two split up semifinal groups. There's the Western and the Eastern. So you'll see that the Western is going to be in the 2-lane sails if you're following the boats on the water, which we will pan to shortly, and the Zim FJs are going to be the Eastern semifinal group. So looking at the standings right now, if we can pull those up, in the Open Eastern semifinals, in first place right now we have the Stanford University Cardinal, second place Yale University Bulldogs, third Harvard University Crimson, fourth Georgetown University Hoyas, fifth Tulane University Green Wave, sixth Connecticut College Camels, seventh Boston University Terriers, eighth Bowdoin College Polar Bears, ninth Fordham University Rams, 10th North Carolina State University Wolfpack, 11th St. Mary's College of Maryland Seahawks, 12th Webb Institute Clippers, 13th Old Dominion University Monarchs, 14th the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy Mariners, 15th Florida State University Seminoles,
Roll Noles.
16th place University of Hawaii Rainbows, 17th George Washington University Colonials, and 18th SUNY Maritime College Privateers. If you guys are not aware, with the semifinals, the top 9 teams will be the ones to advance to the finals. So today we're looking for those final advances to the top 9. It's going to be tight racing between these teams. There's definitely everybody's close in scores. Every team is kind of taking a digger here and there, and so therefore it is anybody's race. Would you agree with that, Parker?
Yeah, that's right, Gloria. I think as this regatta moves on, stakes just get higher and higher, and as we get towards the end of the day today, there'll be a lot of teams on the bubble trying to make a last push to get into that finals. And then from then on out, it's just an ultra-competitive college sailing event. I'm excited.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at the Western semifinal scores at the moment. In first place, we have Roger Williams University Hawks. Second place, Hobart and William Smith College's Statesmen. Third, Boston College Eagles. Fourth, University of Rhode Island Rams. Fifth, Dartmouth College Big Green. Sixth, U.S. Coast Guard Academy Bears. Seventh, U.S. Naval Academy Midshipmen. Eighth, Tufts University Jumbos. Ninth, Brown University Bears. 10th, Massachusetts Institute of Technology Engineers. Following that, beautiful, we've got 11th place College of Charleston Cougars, 12th University of California Santa Barbara Gauchos, 13th Cornell University Big Red, 14th University of Pennsylvania Quakers, 15th Jacksonville University Finns, 16th University of Miami Hurricanes, 17th University of Wisconsin Badgers, and 18th University of Michigan Wolverines. So as you guys can see, the racing is definitely tight. The points are tight, and we will be definitely seeing some teams moving up and down all throughout the day. So Parker, do you want to tell us a little bit of what was going on yesterday during the racing?
Yes, yesterday we started out with a pretty light southwesterly breeze, and the racing got really spread out, and there were gains to be made all over the course. But, what makes this regatta so amazing is over the course of a set, you can move up 5 spots or lose 5 spots. And so teams are trying to really have a collective of good races and stay on their game throughout the event.
Yeah, absolutely. So yesterday, I believe that we got through 6 races. Is that correct for each division? And so, it's keep in mind that with the rotations, it's a little bit tough. We've got 36 boats trying to make their way back to shore quickly and trying to rotate as quickly as they can to get as many races off. Today we will have a fun-filled day. No start after 5 o'clock today, so that means they can run as many races as they want, so long as no start after 5. So today will definitely be action-packed, as well as the closer we get to that 5 o'clock timeline, then I can only imagine that there's going to be a lot of excitement amongst the coaches, sailors, to see who will be advancing to the finals for tomorrow.
That's right.
So here we're looking at, if you're looking at your screens, we can see the 2-lane sails. So that tells us that this is the Western semifinal group. In that group, if you guys are not keeping up to track with the scores, we're going to be having in the sails BC in boat 9, Brown in 12, Charleston in 11, Cornell in 14, Dartmouth 13, Hobart 16, Jacksonville 15, MIT 18, Raj in 17, Tufts in 2, Coast Guard in 1, Navy in 4, Santa Barbara in 3, UMiami in 6, Michigan in 5, UPenn in 8, URI in 7, and Wisconsin Badgers in boats 10. So I believe they're getting ready for the pre-start here. This may have been after the actual final, after their race, but from the looks of it, it looks like they're having a pre-start here, and they must be in sequence. So, and on the downwind right now, I believe that we have the FJs from the Eastern semifinals at the moment. So in this pre-start, with it being so shifty, Parker, tell me, where would you think that you would be placing your boat, or have you seen anything that's been working for the other boats that are sailing out there right now?
Yeah, I think you're just looking up the course. You're keeping your head out of the boat. I was talking to our A division skipper, Aidan Naughton, last night, and he said you can see walls of pressure coming down on both sides. Relatively easy to see where you can make your gains, and then it's just a matter of keeping your lane and staying in phase.
Awesome. So yeah, we're taking a live look here at the downwind for the Open Eastern semifinal. You can see this is a great view because you can see a lot of the team's actual pennies. So we see that we have, it looks like there's a big favor to the, looking on the downwind, that right side gate. I'm seeing a lot of boats heading towards that gate. We've got some of the boats going upwind at the moment. Can you see your own teammates here, Parker?
I can see our team getting ready for this pre-start.
Nice.
They're in the 420s right now, I believe boat 7. We got our freshman from Turkey, Kerem Erkman, ready to show us what he's got.
Awesome. Yep, so I'm seeing that amongst the fleet coming on this upwind from the Eastern semifinal, I am seeing a good chunk of boats out here to the right side. It's, you know, in this stuff, from what I've been talking to, you know, some of the athletes as they're coming in, some of the sailors, I am hearing that, you know, it's tough to pick out what crews to put in at the moment just because it seems to be so up and down. So from what I'm hearing is there's crews that are hiking in those puffs and then out just sitting back into the boats the moment these lulls come through. So what do you think about that, Parker?
Yeah, I mean, watching these guys sail out, we saw some screaming puffs coming over the boathouse, and all the heavies got ready. Pennies were on, and I think sailors going out to the race course were trying to decide if they needed to step up or maybe step down depending on their crew choice.
Right, and yeah, and so you can even see here, boat 8 here, they had their crew sitting in the boat, and then she immediately came up on the rail. But you can see there's definitely a difference in puffs. I see some skippers sitting in, some crews sitting in, but it definitely looks like it's up and down. And so, you know, you definitely have, you know, I think having a strong crew in these conditions is definitely crucial. You know, having them slither in and out in these puffs, and then hiking and going from hiking to hitting a lull. And so, you know, especially with these puffs that are coming down, I think it's pretty crucial for your crew to be absolutely ready to be out there and hiking when that puff is coming up. You definitely want to avoid this windward heel or leeward heel when going into those puffs, because I mean you can watch these boats slide down drastically if the crews are not getting up at that point in time. Would you agree?
Definitely. It's constant movement, it's constant athleticism, and it's a long day, so it's a hydration game. It's keeping your head in the game, keeping a good attitude on the boat all day.
Yeah, absolutely. That's, you know, that's one of those things. We're seeing some people out here, some sailors that have been sailing nonstop. What is this? This is day 5 for some sailors. You know, we've been seeing, And this isn't even the end. This is just the
It's a
start.
long
This
event.
is a very long event, 11 straight days of racing. So, and there's going to be some female skippers, and I've been seeing them out there, and they still have women's to look forward to. And co-ed,
Right.
open fleet racing is not even over with.
And how about this for a tune-up for them? I mean, some of the best competition you could ask for.
Yeah, exactly. So, we're seeing these folks on this upwind somewhat slowly approaching these top marks. They're about halfway up the beat here, but I'm seeing that the marks are. I'm seeing a lot of people hitting the right side of the course here rather than the left relative to where these windward marks are.
Yeah, it definitely all condenses up near the top, and it's a game of being on the ley line in a decent spot, having starboard advantage, and just minimizing mistakes,
Yep,
getting around clean.
I could not have said it better.
Yeah.
Minimizing mistakes is going to be crucial. We watched in the team racing national championship as to how, one foul, one mistake that can put you quite deep. And so that's definitely going to be the name of the game here. So we see leading up to this ley line, looks like boat 2 is in a pretty decent spot here. If I'm not mistaken, that might be ODU, Old Dominion University. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at who's in that boat for ODU. This looks like this may be.
And I can tell by the pennies that's the Hawaii Rainbows in boat 8.
Very nice.
They've come a long way for this, and it looks like they're crushing it.
Yeah, so it looks like they're leading this race. They're coming into the first windward mark here, definitely in a lead. Looks like they were able to roll over the Old Dominion University Monarchs here. So University of Hawaii, look like we have Bastian Rossi, class of 23, with crew Francis Tarpey Schwed. So they're rounding this first mark in the lead right now. So, in this shifty stuff, Parker, what's kind of some advice you can give when, rounding the mark in the lead? How do you maintain the lead when you have it?
Yeah, the downwinds are tough. It's definitely all about keeping your air clear, and that's extremely hard to do with a lot of good sailors rounding right behind you. So we'll see if the Rainbows can hang on to this. They go for the early jibe around the mark, and it looks like they're putting a gap on those second and third place boats headed towards the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I am not mistaken. This is Division A for the Open Eastern Semifinal. And so right now we have the Rainbows in the lead, and I see we have Yale and Boat 10 trailing behind. If I'm not mistaken, that is Sean Harvey and Sonia Lingos Utley, both class of 22, and so they both took a year off, and they just won the Team Race National Championship. So they're definitely riding the high going into the Open Fleet Racing Championships here, and the two of them have had a very strong season all throughout the spring and the fall, and so they're hungry for more trophies here.
Yeah, they're coming off an incredible performance. A lot to be proud of. And yesterday, I think they were resting their legs and staying in the AC.
Yeah.
And it looks like now they're coming out for the second day of semis, see what they can do.
Yeah, and it looks like, Jack Agan, class of 25 from Yale, he did a great job yesterday putting in a huge, pretty big cushion here for the Yale University Bulldogs in Division A of the Open Eastern Semifinal. He raced the races 1 through 8, and he did a stellar job. Looking at his scores, he maybe had just a few diggers, but he definitely he put the lead in for the A division here, and just trailing behind him, we've got Cameron Giblin, class of 23, and Andrea Gonzalez from Tulane. So Tulane had a little bit of a tough go for the final day of the Team Race National Championship in the top 8, but they made it to the top 8 with a very young team, and that there's a lot to be proud of there, and so I'm curious to see how they're going to do in this open fleet race, and I know that they're definitely hungry for a championship. This is their home base.
Right. No, a lot to be proud of, making it to that top 8. It's extra competitive, and I mean, these are their home waters. I think they feel a sense of having to defend them, and they're crushing it right now.
Yeah.
Cameron in second.
Yeah. So and when we've watched, of course, yesterday, the first day of being the first day of the semifinals, there's definitely still a lot of there was not knowing how these standings are going to be looking going into today. And so we see that, people are starting to get used to the conditions and people are starting to settle in and feel more comfortable. And so we're seeing a little bit more of a solid placement of these teams in their divisions and their overall rankings. But there's definitely still plenty of racing to be done today. It's only 12:15. So, folks, we've still got a few more hours for these teams to make a difference and switch things up.
It's going to be close. It's going to be interesting to see how the day progresses, and I'm sure we're going to see it coming down to the last set when those bubble teams are really pushing to get into the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. So tell me a little bit about URI. Tell me, give me a little bit of fun facts. So I live in Newport, Rhode Island. So
of course,
I feel as though I run into you a good amount here in Newport. You're in the sailing scene, and you're getting into the groove of F-18s later this summer. Is that right, Parker?
That's right. Yep. Shout out to the Ocean State. So happy with my choice of colleges. We're a club team with like 50 or 60 people.
Wow.
They're some of my closest friends, and it's amazing to be down here representing them. And then this summer I got some F-18 stuff coming up with a former Yale sailor named KB Knapp.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I believe class of 2018, possibly.
2018,
I think 2018.
And she was here on the scene crewing for Sean his freshman year, actually.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that. So full circle we make here.
Full circle.
The sailing
Shout
world,
out KB.
Yeah, there you go. The sailing world, it's a small one. There's no doubt about it. And this is just a perfect example of how college sailing all comes back together as one, even after you graduate. I graduated, moved to Newport, and meet a bunch of current college sailing folk, prior college sailing folk. KB also a good friend of mine, and so it's good to see worlds colliding even after college sailing. So
right.
Parker, you're graduating. You're one of these seniors. There's a lot of seniors out here for the Open Fleet Race National Championship, and a lot of them, their graduations unfortunately have been falling during the national championship. So tell me, when are you graduating?
Yeah, so ours conflicts. I graduate tomorrow, actually. So they'll probably say my name and nobody will walk across the stage. But
man.
I mean, I couldn't be happier to be exactly where I am right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm sure a lot of us feel the same way.
Yeah. I think it would be great to get all these seniors that are supposed to be graduating, get a nice big photo of all of them that are here. And, that just proves how much you love college sailing. Is it not just a perfect proof?
Definitely.
Yeah, so, it's...
Yeah, and I can't wait to move on to the post-grad life. I mean, what is it like? You're living in Newport. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so right now I'm working for Ron Sand, and, some of my coworkers are currently hopefully listening in on the broadcast. I'm sharing the links with them and everything. And so, with Newport, I can't complain. It's got to be one of the best places to go to. And like I said, it's got a huge population of post-college sailors, current sailors. The people that you meet there are incredible. We're talking former America's Cup sailers and former college coaches. It's got the whole 9 yards. It's got so many people out there, and if you're looking for a sailing town as a sailor to go out and live in, Newport, Rhode Island is the place to be. And I know that Brooks Clarks is maybe listening, and he's like, "No, Newport Beach, California, Newport Beach, California." I'm just saying, like.
Is that where Brooks is from?
That is where Brooks is from, and that is where he currently resides. So, there's no doubt about it. They've got a lot of good college sailors, former college sailors out there as well, and so. But I'm now a ride or die Newport, Rhode Island fan.
Of course.
So,
East Coast gang.
Yeah, and like I said, the post-grad life, it's important, I think, to be a competitive sailor in college sailing, but also be a good sport out there, right? Because like I'm saying, you're going to run into these college sailors for the rest of your life, and you want to, you want to be, you don't want to be remembered as that person, that was a meanie.
Right. When the opportunity arises for you in the sailing world, you don't want to be the guy that was screaming at somebody out of Leeward Gate at College Nationals in the beautiful weather. Like, no.
Yeah, I gotta say, guys, this weather today is far better than what we've been having in the past days. We've got some nice breeze coming on to us on the balcony. We would normally get that only around maybe 3 o'clock if we were lucky over Team Race Nationals.
Right.
But right now, I gotta say, I'm feeling quite lucky, and it's definitely a beautiful day to be here on Lake Pontchartrain. So
Definitely.
So let's take a look at this race. We've got the, if I'm not mistaken, this looks like the 2-lane sails. So this is the Western Semifinals. They're sailing on this downwind. They are in the 420s, the Z420s. And let's try and take a look who's in the lead. It looks like Tufts may be in the lead on this race in boat 3. Why don't we go ahead and take a look? Who do we have in the Tufts boat? I see that looks like Hobart Williams Smith tailing right on their hip, along with the Brown University Bears. So the Brown Bears, we have them in boat 13.
Yeah, you can tell the breeze has picked up a little bit for these guys to see a lot of crews hiking hard in the FJ race, and these Z420s planing downwind makes it extra exciting, especially after a couple days of light sailing. I think everybody's relieved, but it's going to be a long day.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. So I'm just trying to get a good look at who we've got sailing right now for the Brown University Bears. We've got Jack Murphy with crew Madeline McGrath. In the Tufts boat, it looks like we have Ansgar Jordan with Ann Sheridan. I think that we are looking at the B Division Open Western semifinal group right now here in the Z420s. I'm seeing BC Eagles may have gotten their way in on having mark room on everybody here. Boat 8 looks like that is going to be maybe not updated, but that might look like a Robert Hunter to me.
They're going to go for this left turn and be set up really nicely. Yeah.
I'm not sure who rounded that mark in first here, but I'm seeing some blue pennies possibly.
Maybe U-Penn.
Yep, that might be a U-Penn boat there. I'm seeing a lot of people hitting the right, rounding this right, looking downwind, left mark. But I'm seeing a lot of these boats tacking off as they are rounding them. So I'm curious to see who is going to be winning their side. I'm wondering if boats are trying to play the middle here in the shifts, or if they're finding that it's better for them to just be sending it out to a side. But as we saw in the last race, University of Hawaii did a pretty good job of balancing the looking upwind right side of the course and coming back across on that starboard ley line. So
yeah, it's great to see such a balanced split from these gates. It means there's opportunities all over the course, and it's a really tight pack from the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Neck and neck and neck
It's
and
neck
neck.
and neck.
So yeah, it looks like we're seeing our other our other division, our Zim FJs coming back in for some rotations. Yep, it looks like they wrapped up their 2 races now. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at how that final race went down for the Open Eastern semifinals. And I should pardon myself for sometimes the confusion between the 2 fleets. It can get quite complicated, I feel as though, because you've got the A division, B division for the totally different groups of the Western and Eastern semifinals. So it's sometimes looking at it can get sometimes hard to keep track of.
Absolutely. And for all of you watching at home, you have an amazing view of the action. We're a little bit further away, but we have the 3rd floor here at Southern Yacht Club. But you guys are right, 2nd floor. Yep. I'm sorry. But you guys have with these expensive looking cameras right next to me. You guys probably have the best view. So enjoy it. Be thankful. Here come the rainbows, and every time they sail by, you hear a big "Go Bows."
Oh, we love that. So let's take a look how they finished in that race. I'm curious if they were able to maintain that first place finish. It looks like they ended up finishing in 4th place, but you know what? That is actually for their A division sailors, that is the highest they have scored all regatta, so I'm sure that this is a very proud moment for them. They must be feeling through the roof right now.
I'm sure.
Looking at Yale University, it looks like they finished with a 7th in that race. Stanford was able to finish in second, Harvard in eighth. Georgetown took a bit of a digger. They had a 17 in that race, so we'll be seeing them come in soon. And then Tulane took the win for that last race in A Division for the Open Eastern semifinals.
Roll Green Wave. Good to see them getting it done on their home waters here.
Right. So actually, I might even be mistaken. Maybe the scores haven't been entered yet, but that might have. I believe that might have been their 9th race. Yeah, we're gonna wait for an update here, folks. But from the looks of it, that seems to be the scores at the moment. So, looking at this race that we've got our cameras on at the moment, it looks like we still have this. Here we go. These are all the sailors sailing in. These are the Zim FJs. The Eastern semifinal group is coming in. You know, we're looking at some body language here.
They're all just trying to keep these boats going forward. It gets extra shifty when you're coming in here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Might be the most exciting part of the day is just trying to get to the dock.
Right.
And that's after you're exhausted from two hard races.
Yeah, absolutely, Parker. I could not have said it better. So it looks like right now we have the Tulane sails the Western group. Looks like we have Tufts rounding in the first place boat, in boat 3, Hobart trailing in 17. Then we've got BC trailing in 8, rounding the top mark in third. Now this is going to be a tough situation here. You're seeing these boats coming in on port. Wow, that was a tight tack by Brown University, but they made it in there, and it looks like I don't see anybody hailing protests or anything, but Cornell right next to them.
Well, that's Jack Murphy coming in there, and he's a great guy, and you're not going to yell at Jack.
Yeah, there you go. And then we've got MIT Michigan. This is a good race for Michigan here. Roger Williams trailing in 16, Dartmouth in 12. Santa Barbara, if I am not mistaken, right behind Dartmouth, and the Badgers. Navy, looks like it's a bit of a tough race for Navy, followed by Jacksonville University, and then Coast Guard Academy, UMiami, so on. Yeah, so, this is just a testament. I mean, you're looking at the overall scores for the teams here, and, you're seeing a race like this, and honestly, even looking at individual team scores, almost every single team has taken some pretty big diggers. That just goes to show how tough this fleet is, and the conditions, they may be beautiful, but they're definitely not easy.
No, that's right. These are some high scores. The Cardinals leading here with 73 points, and then it seems to get tighter and tighter as you go down, and there's definitely room for teams to make huge jumps in the standings today.
Right. So looking at it, I mean, we saw Roger Williams rounding pretty deep in this race. That they're currently leading in the Open Western semifinals with 93 points. But you take a look, and it's a race like this. If they get a 16, that automatically drops them back in their semifinal group from first to second.
Right.
So it's every race kind of counts, and it's a matter of when you do get that digger, how quickly can you recover from that, right?
Exactly.
So if you ever have a bad race, Parker, tell me what's kind of the thought process that you go through when trying to reset for the next race?
It's in the back of my mind as I cross that finish line. Sometimes I'm guilty of letting it get in the back of my mind before I've even crossed the finish line. I'm like, this one's over. Let's move on to the next. But that's not the right mentality to have, obviously.
No.
You want to be picking them off till the end.
Right.
But yeah, it's all about bouncing back from those bad races at an event like this.
Right. Yeah, I would say that one of mine is I usually, I let my emotions happen, right?
Yeah.
And then it's, what helps me the most is just going and chatting with everybody.
Of course.
Like I was always that chatty Cathy, like Adam Warblow and Bill would be like, "Why are you still talking to people when there's a minute left in the sequence?" I'm like, "Yeah, this is a part of my reset." Like I'm like, "Hey, have a nice race, guys. Go around." And that was always the one thing that really helped me reset, is just going up to people and saying, "Hey, nice race, nice race." And that was just seeing other people smile. That was my reset. I'm like, if they're smiling, I can't help but smile.
That's right.
Like smiles are contagious.
That's right.
That,
that's right.
So, that was definitely something that I found to be helpful. I don't know about everybody though. It's hard to kind of pick yourself up.
it's a mental health battle out here. It's a long series. It's trying to not go insane in those late races in the regatta and just keep sailing them as if you would your first set.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's take a look here. It looks like Tufts was able to hold their lead on this downwind in boat 3. They seem, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that they've been going to the right side of this race course in this entire race, and it seems, I mean, we'll see how they come out for this final upwind leg, but it seems to have been working for them.
The right has looked really strong here. It's definitely important to get there, but not at the expense of sitting in bad air for a while.
Right, and it looks like boat 3, the Tufts boat, has some pretty good breeze. I'm seeing some people hiking out there, which I love the breeze.
Oh, yeah.
That brings that.
Especially in these Z420s.
Oh,
these are rocket ships.
Oh, yeah. We're talking planing. Now, does it plane like an F-18, though?
No, not quite.
Not quite. So let's talk about the transition from college sailing to post-college sailing. What are some boats that you find yourself getting into? I don't have that much big boat experience, and that's just because I would call myself still rather new to sailing. I only stepped foot on one my freshman year of high school, so I've had the Club 420s, dinghies galore, and I've kind of gotten into some F-18 sailing post college. But Parker, tell me a little bit of some of the sailing experience you have and what you're looking forward to once you graduate college officially.
Yeah, I try to never say no to a sailing opportunity, so that puts me in a lot of situations where I can check different boats out, sail with different people, and it's usually, the people you meet sailing is what makes the sport so amazing. I'm a longtime Lightning sailor. My parents met Lightning sailing. For people who don't know, that's a 3-man dinghy, and the Worlds are actually going on right now in Wrightsville Beach, so I have a bunch of friends there that I'm rooting on. And it's a whole different game. You don't have to sail 18 long races. It's a 3-person boat, so you have more personalities, and it's all around a great time.
I think I gotta say that that is adorable that your parents met sailing on a Lightning.
That's right.
That is so cute.
My early sailing experience was doing middle between the two of them, and that was
wow.
That was an experience, to say the least.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah.
You get the old, a lot of college sailors can relate to having the skipper elbow over their chest, but when you have both of your parents doing it to you at the same time to get out there and hike,
double whammy, double whammy. My goodness.
Something else.
Yeah, that'll do it. It's funny. I was just overhearing a story. Speaking of, sailors meeting in the sailing world and then happily getting married and so on. I was just talking to some parents upstairs at the yacht club after racing was done yesterday, and they were telling me about how 2 kids that sailed Green Fleet together, now we're talking like way back when, maybe 20 years ago, they sailed Green Fleet. They were on the same Green Fleet team. They're getting married now.
No way.
Yeah. That's
beautiful to see, and I'm sure as our generation progresses, we'll get to see some of those love stories blossom.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, you hear it all the time. I mean, there's so many people in the sailing world here that just, and I've heard of, St. Mary's alumni getting married. It's a beautiful thing. Sailing, hey, you might not know this, but somebody, your future wife may be out here, Parker.
Could be out here.
Yeah, you don't even know it. You don't even know it. So look at this. So it looks like trailing right. It looks like Hobart might have gotten ahead of Tufts here.
Whoa, but don't count out the Rams.
Right? Where are they? Are they coming in hot?
Oh, never mind.
Wow. So
my perspective was off, but I thought they were leading.
They might be.
They might be.
Look at this. Coming into the fit. That might be a win for the Rams here.
Hard to tell.
I think they might have just crossed the finish, or perhaps this is the finish coming up here. But if I'm not mistaken, the Rams may have just won this one, Parker.
It's a tight one. It's hard to tell.
No, it is definitely a tight one. But we're seeing that the Rams, URI, Hobart Williams Smith, and Tufts all crossing the finish tightly, one next to another. So, this is good. You'll take everyone that you can as a team out there right now. You're just trying to bring up your team in the scoreboards as much as possible here.
That's right. And I think it's all about keeping a level head throughout the day and then into tomorrow for those teams that make the finals. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
you see all these boats coming in on starboard. Definitely a lot of right favor out here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So let's go ahead and take a look here. I'm trying to pull up the scores here for you guys. So it looks like in this past race for the A division of the Open Eastern semifinal, it did look like actually Stanford had gotten a 6, Yale finished in 2nd, Harvard got a 10, Georgetown got a 13, which, that was a little bit of a tough set there for Georgetown. They're currently sitting in 4th, and, their A division just got a 17 and a 13. It's tough getting the double digits in the semifinals.
Definitely.
Double digits are kind of something that you're trying to avoid. I mean, you're trying to be top 9. The single digits are going to be crucial to get every single digit you can get. That's what you're going to want to be getting to qualify on for the final championship.
Definitely. For the Hoyas, it's all about how they can bounce back from this.
Exactly. So their B division is getting sent out at the moment. And for Tulane, it looks like they did get a first place in the first race, but they ended up, the second race was a 12. So you average out that set, it's it's 13. So divide that by 2, like on average, they got the 6.5, right? So, it's not too bad. Having a 1 and getting followed by 12, not terrible, right? So it's not bad. We'll take it. So
and shout out St. Mary's College math. They taught you well.
I know. I'm not gonna lie. As I was saying it, I was sweating just a little bit. I was like, I better be getting that number right. Believe it or not, I did not use my calculator there. That might be my proudest moment. I was just able to divide 13 by 2.
Impressive
Woo!
stuff.
Yeah, good stuff.
And do you think any St. Mary's Seahawks alum are tuning in?
I would hope so.
Have any shout-outs?
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, this is the semifinals, and we're trying to keep it as interesting as possible. But I would hope so. And if there are any out there, just shoot a little comment in the comment section. Say hello. It's good to see you guys. I'm looking forward to the next possible, which is a huge alumni regatta that we host at St. Mary's College of Maryland. Here we are showing you guys the Open Eastern semifinals current standings at the moment. So you guys go ahead and take a little look at those, and I'm just going to take a quick sip of water here.
Me too.
Stay tuned, guys, here. I'm just going to take a quick little breather for approximately 2 minutes, and I will be right back to you. I'm going to have a new special guest following here. I'm going to have Colin McGilvery, class of 23 from the U.S. Naval Academy. We will be coming back to you live in approximately 2 minutes. Don't miss my voice just yet. She will be right back. Here we go. So this is Gloria Kevlik coming back to you live. And we are here at the 2022 ICSA College Sailing Open Fleet Race National Championships. We are currently in the semifinals. We are inching back towards the end of the semifinals. Only the top 9 teams will be advancing on to the finals of the Open Fleet Race National Championship. I'm here with a new guest. We've got Colin McGilvery, class of 23 at the Naval Academy. So Colin, tell me a little bit about today. What have you been seeing? What are you learning?
Well, Gloria, we've definitely had a lot more consistent breeze. As you can see, it started yesterday afternoon, and I think it was a little bit of a breath of fresh air for everybody. People were kind of struggling with inconsistent breeze, shifts kind of coming out of nowhere. But as you can see on camera, the breeze is a lot easier to see on the course. People are hiking, a lot less marginal in and out, just bobbing in the chop and the lack of breeze. So I think people are excited.
Nice, yeah. So, tell me a little bit about your role on the team that you have at the Naval Academy. So right now, I know you usually crew in the heavier air, right? So what are some of the important things that you've been doing on shore to keep your team's momentum going?
Yeah, so I'm a heavy crew, so when the wind gets a little bit heavier than this, I'll go in with Gray Benson, who's our B skipper.
Lovely.
But as of now, my entire role is just morale, just trying to keep people hyped up. And it's tough, as you've seen. These are long races, long days. The event has been going on forever, it feels like. But, just trying to keep each other excited to be here. And it's not hard to do on a day like this with breeze in a beautiful place with, all your friends.
Yeah.
Gloria, I've been sailing with in college for a while. Parker, who you just saw, I've been sailing with since I was like 9, another Rhode Island native. So it's good, just trying to keep everybody's spirits high and, ready to do the best they can in the next race.
Yeah, absolutely. And knowing you outside of college sailing, I know you're doing a good job of that, So, and I'm happy that you've joined us here. As you guys may have not picked up, I'm riding solo for the commentating today, but I'm having lovely folk come in and join me and, keep the momentum going here on the live broadcast. So, be patient with me and just, stick around. I'm a talker. I can chat a lot, but, I like this. We've got to get Quinn Keenan in the booth next. I love that. If you guys have suggestions of people you want me to bring into these booths, keep them rolling because I will snatch somebody from the shorelines and I will bring them in. So, we're lucky to have Colin here right now. And so, Colin, I know you also have a twin brother. We've got Oscar McGilvery, who formerly went to St. Mary's, and So Oscar is now with the GW Colonials, and so, having a twin brother on the college sailing circuit, what's that like?
Well, I mean, it's already like a giant friend group expands twice in size. It's wild. Everybody knows Oscar, and then everybody will know me, and if they haven't heard of me, they've heard of him, so it's wild. People come up to me, especially people on his team, and be, "Oh, hi, Colin, what's going on?" And I won't know them, but it's just a friendly group overall, so it's been a blast.
Yeah, two worlds colliding. We love that.
I know.
We love that. And so, you grew up in Newport, in the Newport area. So, tell me, this is definitely a big support to move to Newport, Rhode Island. I'm bringing in the Newport locals, and I'm like, all right, come on, tell everybody why it's the best place to live.
Yeah, no, and we'd be telling the truth. It's consistent breeze in the summer. It's just beautiful. You got a community unlike any other there, and there's a reason it's a little bit of the mecca for sailing. I'm at Annapolis now, which comes close, but I'd say there's no competition there. But it's all about having a beautiful place to sail with people who love to sail. So.
Right.
You get that in both places, and definitely here too on Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah, absolutely. So tell me a little bit what it's like going to a military academy.
Yeah, no, it's wild. It's a little different from the vibe we have here.
Right.
Everybody, everybody knows everybody, but it's good. It's really interesting balancing athletics with academics.
Right.
Your military responsibilities, but we get it done, and there's a lot of overlap that works here. you've got teammates, things like that, and things, a bunch of responsibilities you got to keep in order. But as you see, we've got J.C. Hermes and Gray Benson, who are our skippers right now, and they're going to be commissioning as officers in the Navy, going into the submarine force and the surface warfare community.
Awesome.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's great. See, yeah, that's it's good to hear that, and they're two seniors. Are you going to be missing your seniors next year?
Certainly. I mean, it's the NADS, the Naval Academy Dinghy Sailing Team. They're a close bunch, and we'll certainly be missing them. But they've left us off pretty well. With a great culture and some really good people ready to fill their shoes. So
that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And you guys have a great set of coaches there. You've got Ian, Dylan, and Matt, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I know Matt coached for a little bit in Chicago, and Ian and Dylan are great. So you got anything good to say about them?
Oh my God, only good things.
Nice.
Ian Berman, Dylan Pive, incredible coaches. I mean, and they're maybe the number one contributors to that good culture on the team. I mean, we work hard, we do it with a smile every day. And Matt Peter, a newer addition, just incredible technical advice all the time. Another friendly face, and he's currently doing he's doing great work with his team, One United, right now as well.
Awesome.
So he's nonstop coaching, and they do it well.
That's great.
Yeah.
We love to hear that. So looking right now, it looks like we're having a little bit of a pre-start for the 420s, the two-lane sails. This is the Western semifinal group. So if I'm not mistaken, why don't we just refresh here? I believe this is their A division out right now. So looking at their A division, let's take a look at who's leading right now. If not only the U.S. Naval Academy midshipmen. Right now looks like J.C. Hermes and Fiona Lobon and Ryan Waba are all leading in A Division right now in the Western semifinals. What are your thoughts on that, Colin?
Yeah, I mean, J.C., a great teammate. He always managed to keep it pretty consistent, just generally speaking. I'm going to knock on wood right now. But a lot of it comes down to the crew work. Fiona Lobon is just an incredible, incredible crew. She's also a senior, going to be going into the Navy pilot community after this. And our freshman, Ryan Waba, just an unreal crew. And as soon as he stepped on, we recognized we had something special with him. So the crew work mixed with JC, just getting some consistent results and hoping to keep it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And, JC Hermes is definitely out here trying to, he's got a title to defend himself. He was last year's College Sailor of the Year, and so he's hungry for more. Is that not true?
Yeah, everybody's definitely hungry. Yeah, but I'd say the biggest thing for us, and I'd say all teams, is it's obviously a pretty comfortable environment here. Everybody's friendly, but out there it's high stress. And as you were saying, one bad race can happen pretty easily, and it can move you down on the leaderboard pretty well. But what we're just trying to do is forget about titles, awards, things like that may have happened in the past, and just try to do the next race well. And if you're doing bad in a race, just gain a couple more boats.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, and looking at their record as of right now of the first 8 races, I don't even see JC and Fiona and Ryan have not put in a double-digit race yet. And so, that consistency is exactly what you're looking for out of the leaders, right? And so, someone had told me previously, but I believe somebody had done the math, and it was on average to win a national championship or a division. I believe that you just had to average races of scores of 6.
I would buy it completely. Yeah.
So, and so that's the consistency that we're going to be looking for. Those diggers, we don't have any drops in college sailing. So if you get an 18, that's not going away.
Right.
It could be even after 18 races. That 18 could be, those 2 points could be the difference between anything. And so having that grit in the races and not giving up. If you round in last, you got to, like you were saying, pick off every few boats that you can,
right.
Every single boat makes a difference, because as we're going to see coming in closer for to the end of the day, we're going to be seeing every single little point is going to matter.
No, 100%. As you were saying, in a lot of styles of sailboat racing, you'll be able to drop your worst race.
Right.
But you can't do that here. So it definitely requires some consistency and some mental toughness. If you're in one of those last few boats, rounding a mark, if you're towards the back of the fleet, you've just got to buck up and take boats where you can, because those points are going to matter, especially on the bubble, as Parker was talking about.
Yeah.
It is super, super tight.
Absolutely. So right now on our screen, we've got the Zim FJs. This is our Eastern group. If I'm not mistaken, I believe we have our B division out there right now after A division just wrapped up their races. So, this looks like some pretty tight racing. This definitely looks like some tight racing. So, when the races are this tight, what are we looking for here, Colin?
Man, it's funny you ask that because, to get a first, you've got to definitely take some risks most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to do something that most of the fleet's not doing,
Mm-hmm.
but with that comes risk. So to be doing well right now when it's this tight, you generally want to be making the most right decisions while taking not a ton of risk. Because, again, a
Right.
digger is hard to get rid of. So, again, if you get scores around that 7 area, you said that averaging a 7 can often leads to winning A division,
Mm-hmm.
then you're going to do just fine. So just, sub 5 scores are perfect.
Yep, absolutely. So, looking at Division B, right, or B division for the Eastern semifinals. So let me just confirm. Yep, the Zim FJs are indeed the Eastern, and we are looking at B division. I believe this is B division out there right now. Yep. So looking at the leaders for B division, we have Michelle Larkamp, Wiley Rogers, Patricia Gurley, Matthew Hogan. So following them in second place, we have Lachlan McGranaham, Alexandra Dorofeev, Marbella Marlowe, and in third place we have the Yale Bulldogs, Teddy Nicolosi and Anisha Arcott, followed by Mickey Munns from Boston University with crews Matthew Hamelsky and Madeline Stull, and then in fifth place we have Mariner Fagan, Jack Hogan, Spencer Kriegstein. So, Michelle Larkamp has been putting on a stellar performance. Right now she is leading B division with 20 points, Harvard trailing behind with 28. But, now I see that in race 9 we have Wiley Rogers in, but Michelle Larkamp has been putting together a stellar performance all throughout the national championships thus far. The Stanford just wrapped up. They finished 4th in the team race national championships, but, Brooks and I were noticing that she was killing the pin every single time on these team racing championships. So yes, so it right now we've got Wiley Rogers in, and so he's gonna, this is big footsteps for him to following Michelle. So
100%. Yeah, no, definitely. Not watching Michelle right now, but it's incredible to see the starting women skippers. I mean, you'll notice there are so few of them right now in college sailing, and it's really cool to see what they can do. We've got some really, really talented women and more up and coming.
Absolutely.
It's really cool to see.
Yeah, who's hungry? Women sailors.
Oh my goodness.
We are hungry.
Oh my god, it's coming up and up.
Yeah, we are, and you notice that over the years that they just keep on climbing up, and they are making sure that the boys are having a hard time. You know what I mean? So
and they're giving it to us. I mean, and I'm glad to see that we're just seeing more and more of these women skippers. It's
absolutely,
it's grown over time for sure.
Absolutely, and I can't help but emphasize this. I think it's so crucial to be seeing women sailors all across. We're talking. It's important to have female leaders in the sailing world overall. These young opti girls, the more female PROs, umpires, coaches,
commentators,
sailors, oh stop it you. Commentators and coaches, umpires, all the above. Like, we're talking about the more female leaders there are in the sailing world, the more these little girls have something to look forward to, something to look up to, and we see such strong female leaders in the pro sailing now, and we're just trying to keep putting more and more in the pro sailing world as well. You've got strong ones like Maggie Shea and Steph Roble, with their Olympic campaigns, Erica Reinecke, and so on. The list is endless, and the more and more there are, the more and more, these young females have some leaders to look up to and be like, you know what, if they can do it, I can too.
Right. Right.
And so that makes all the difference. And, we see really great groups like the ICSA Tide group. I've got Corey Radke over here. She's been helping out with that so much. She's right over here to my left. I'm trying to see if I'll get her up here to talk about it a little bit more. And, it's such a great group, and what they're doing is really, honestly, the Lord's work. Like, they're doing what needs to be done, and it's great seeing them make some history. So I'm hoping to get some folks from the ICSA Tide up here to talk about it a little bit later. So without a doubt, I will make sure that will not go unspoken about, because what they've been doing is absolutely fantastic.
100%.
Yep. So rounding this mark, I see we've got boat 14 from the B division in the Eastern semifinals. I'm going to go ahead and pull up because I cannot tell necessarily which boat it is at the moment. In boat 14, it looks like we have the GW Colonials, but I'm seeing a Fordham, so maybe I'm just looking at those wrong. Oh, that's the 8 of it. Oh, there it is. Okay, boat 14. Yep, I am seeing Fordham Rams currently leading this race in the B division. And why don't we go ahead and take a look at who's in the Fordham Rams. We've got Clayton Snyder. So it looks like at the moment he has had some pretty solid races. He's having some single digits. All in the last 2 races, he got 2 8th places, which, that's good. He's keeping it consistent and so on. So right behind him, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like a green wave boat in boat 5. So for that B division, we've got 2-lane green wave. Yep, they're trailing right in second, followed by third place boat 4 from Stanford. That's going to be Wiley Rogers. And for the 2-lane University green wave, it looks like that's going to be Asher Zitrer and Jillian Perel. So, Jillian is one of those fellow U.S. Virgin Island kids, and, those kids, man, they are fast.
Yeah. You're saying something. There was something in the water you're saying during team racing, and I totally believe that those kids are fast.
Yeah, seriously. I don't know. It's I need to take a sip of that Virgin Island water. give me some extra speed for this Newport summer coming up, So, but yeah, so looking at it, this is going to be a great race for Tulane. Last set they had a 5:14. So if they finish this race in third, this is definitely going to bring them up in the standings as much as they need it. So, they're currently sitting pretty comfortably, I believe, with Cameron Giblin in their A division. Last we checked, he was in third in A division. So, they're sitting pretty comfortably right now overall in 5th. But every race counts. Getting a third, that's going to bring them up.
100%. And you're touching on this before, but I think it's important to reemphasize just the show they're putting on here, Tulane.
Oh.
It is incredible. I mean, all that they're doing here that you can't really see quite on the TV screen. There's a lot of moving pieces, and they're doing it really well. The rotations, this whole camera setup, we've got a drone, everything like that. The lodging, just incredibly friendly, incredibly professional, and it's the whole team.
Yeah. Totally snapping my fingers at that 100%. This is the first nationals they've hosted, and I got to say, I think this is a great one, and I would have been participating in it myself if this was 2020. This is 3 years in the making, So COVID took away a few years of hosting for them, and of course you guys did a great job at Annapolis yesterday. No, that was yesterday, last year. You guys did a fantastic job. So having hosted a national championship, Colin, that's a great point. Tell me about all the work that goes into it.
Man, it goes from the littlest things just to making sure everybody has water to parking, and then, of course, just what you see on course with the PROs, make sure the fleets are kept up, and it really comes down to the team. Like, those who aren't sailing, just stepping up and helping out, making sure that everything's going smoothly, everything's organized, and I think Tulane's showing us how it's done. All these teammates that aren't sailing this time around are stepping up and just making sure everything's taken care of.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you bring a tremendous point. It's so easy for these other teams that aren't having teams or some teammates sailing right now. They might be resting up before the other big days, but we're talking like Tulane and your team last year. Like there's those dogs that those people that are not sailing right now. They might be sailing in the later on events, but they're still working. They're out here in the same heat. They're working hard and doing what they can to keep the momentum going for the whole event. It's a big applause for the Tulane crew for, like you said, setting up a beautiful nationals here.
For sure.
And the PRO, Todd Fezzersine from St. Pete, he's a St. Pete local. He has been doing a great job running these races. So, yesterday especially, I can only imagine how tired the sailors are because yesterday they were out here until, 6:30?
Yeah. Somewhere between 6 and 7.
Yeah, and what time did you guys start sailing?
Jeez, I don't know. It felt like an eternity.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't sailing, but I was just out there on the point here, what they've dubbed Tent City out here.
Love it.
We've got 9 people trying to fall around this little square of shade, stay out of the sun. It felt like forever, but we're not really quite doing the nail biting stuff that these guys are also in the sun, so hard to complain.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's been doing a fantastic job, and the view, the site is quite quite nice. You know, we've got 36 teams here, so a lot more tents being set up. And, you know, going into tomorrow, we're losing 18 teams.
Yeah.
That is 18 teams will be knocked out by the end of today, and they will be either going home or, you know, maybe they'll stick around and watch. I don't know, or resting up between the next ones. So, you know, that's going to be a huge difference. And the racing is so tight. So to lose 18 teams, just even thinking about that, that's a lot.
It is. It's going to be brutal. I mean, half the teams here will be packing their bags. And everybody shows up here absolutely on tip-top shape, ready to go, and everybody's got really, really high ambitions. So it's going to be interesting, again, to see those teams on the bubble, who's going to make it and who's not.
Right.
And it's going to be hard fought till the last set, as Parker said.
Absolutely. So looking at this race, it looks like our Eastern Zim FJs have just completed their race. If you guys were following that, I believe this was their B division. So I'm going to refresh here and see if we have the scores for this B division just yet. So it looks like not just yet. So sit tight, folks. We're going to go through and see how they finished. But right now on this downwind, we've got our Western Tulane Sails. This is going to be their A division. Let's go ahead and take a look at this.
Quite a tight rounding we're seeing here.
Oh,
it's a traffic jam, and those are the nail biters. That's where you can lose a lot of boats. You can foul, and
talk about how tough would it be to do a spin right now?
It would be brutal. I mean, a little bit better than yesterday. You'd see boats take a couple turns and just be absolutely shot to the back of the pack. But I mean, it is so tight. The competition is so even all across the board that you're going to be losing at least 5 boats.
Right. Yeah, and, you know, it's tough seeing these, like, even with the crosses. I mean, I'm curious to see how friendly everybody's being out there. Yesterday, the other day, Brooks and I were talking about how I used to let everybody cross me. And I'm curious to see, is there anybody out there that's like, yeah, go ahead, take it?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, it's kind of that dichotomy we were talking about where everybody here knows each other. Everybody's generally pretty friendly. But it's on that knife edge of stress as well. It's super, super tight. Can't stress that enough. So, yeah, no, for sure. But everybody here gets it, too. They get that at this level, people are out there to win.
Oh, yeah. So it's no doubt about it. It's tight racing out there. And, you know, it's every race you just kind of got to reset. You just got to reset. So it looks like this looks like some pretty nice conditions out there. They look like they're starting to get some hiking going. Not I wouldn't say full out hiking, but definitely it looks like it's up and down because I'm seeing crews in and out at all times, and you know that's definitely never easy. As a crew yourself, you know, and as somebody who's very athletic, right? So what are some of the tips and tricks you have for keeping it going and hiking for these long upwinds and so on?
Yeah, no, it's tough. So as a heavy crew, you know, my only real jobs are head out of the boat and hike really hard and take as much pain as I can. And when I see chop, just move back so we don't get swamped. But it is tough. And in this especially, it requires a lot of just mental agility just to stay like active, to know when to move in, move out, keep the boat moving and trucking. And that's a lot of work on the crews and skippers. Just we call it shifting modes. You know what I mean?
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. So, you know, I'm curious, you know, Brooks and I were talking about how important it is to have your crew keeping their head out of the boat and constantly communicating with the skipper. What are some of for all those crews listening out there, I'm sure there might be some young ones and so on. What are some of the best tips and tricks you can give them? Like, what is your best form of communication? What are you trying to get across to the skipper when you're out there?
My job mainly, and it's different for every boat, but my job mainly is to keep my head out and point out things that my skipper may not be seeing, and then confirm what they think they're seeing, because they've got all the touch, they've got the hand on the main sheet and the tiller, so they're mainly just trying to keep the boat going straight in a straight line and going fast. But I'm just saying, hey, are you seeing this? What do you think about this? And then again, it's just you've got 2 people in a boat, and it can get like pretty lonely in that little boat at the back of the fleet. So just trying to keep them excited, trying to keep them with their heads up for the opportunity to catch boats. And just knowing that you're the team doing it. It's you two doing your best and just trying to do the best you can with that.
I could not have said it better myself. Looking at the water right now, I'm seeing a pretty big group coming in from the course left here. I'd say it's decently split, but, we've got a pretty good view up here, Colin, of what the water looks like. And I would say, I've got my sunglasses on here, but looking up the race course, what side of the course are you thinking kind of looks favored? Like, where do you see the pressure?
So right now, and we've got a little bit of an offset view, but I think you probably see from the camera you got these big bands of pressure coming down the right, and that might just be a little bit more easy to see due to the sun on it and where the clouds are falling. But as you said earlier, we had that group of the left coming in, but now it looks like people on the right are crossing through pretty well.
Yeah.
So it definitely seems to be even, and just it's a little different here because my team was here for spring break, and then we had thing we noted was a lot of trouble seeing pressure on the course. So it was hard to predict what would happen, and a lot of times you'd get gypped on the wrong shift, and there's not a ton you could do about it.
Right.
But this time it seems like it's pretty visible. So it looks like it's coming in pretty even. It looks like both sides could have worked, but I think those top two came out of the right.
Yeah, that does appear to be so. So it looks like we already had one boat round, if I was not mistaken. I think it was Hobart and William Smith colleges. That is Jake Vickers, class of 2022, and Catherine Klempen, class of 2022 as well. Now, Jake Vickers is an Annapolis local himself. He's been having a pretty solid semifinals thus far with his crew, Catherine Klempen. She is from St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. She has a sister here as well, Lucy Klempen, who is sailing with College of Charleston. Was Paris Henkin's crew last year. So I'm telling you, the Virgin Island waters doesn't even matter which island you're from. We're seeing a lot of very strong sailors coming out of there. So, looking at it, let's take a look at Jake Vickers and Catherine's scores at the moment. But it looks like their lowest score of the entire event thus far has been a 10, and everything else has been above that. And so they're sitting pretty comfortably in second right now with 48 points. But even then, I mean, third place in that A division right now for the Western semifinals. We've got Boston College trailing right behind them with 51 points.
Yeah, just 3 points out.
That's it. That's all it takes is just one race where BC gets a first place, and if Hobart finishes in fifth, that's the biggest difference right there between second and third. And so, and for BC, we've got Jack DiNatale, class of 22, Sophia Reinecke, class of 22, Michaela O'Brien, class of 24, Sarah Schumann, class of 25, and Laura Ferraris, class of 22. So, we're seeing quite a few seniors here. Well, at the moment, top three boats for Division A for these Western semifinals is all seniors. Yeah,
no, it's wild, and I think that definitely speaks to that tight competition again. A lot of experience in the course, and sailors with a lot of experience with each other. So everybody knows each other out here. Everybody knows exactly how this works, exactly how it feels to win, exactly how it feels to lose. And for a lot of them, it's their last year here, so they're going to be giving it their absolute all.
Oh, I could not have. Yeah, exactly that. So looking in fourth place, we have MIT. We've got a skipper, Sam Bruce, class of 24, pretty young, and he's giving them a fight right now. So with crews Maya Prasad, class of 22, and Nicholas Abate, class of 25. So it does look like a few teams are switching out their crews. Like you were saying earlier, is the coaches when the teams are coming back to shore, there's a pretty important decision to be making. Is are we gonna get a different crew in, and what's the deal? So it's definitely not an easy decision, because once you make that decision, for the most part, you're out there for those next two races and you're locked in.
Yeah, no, and you just saw boat 10 go across your screen, and they seem to be hiking pretty well.
Right.
But it's up and down, and the worst feeling I can tell you as a heavy crew is you've made the decision to do the switch. You now have a heavier crew in that's going to let you sail better in heavier wind.
Right.
But when it goes back down, just knowing there's extra weight in the boat and that you're it,
the
worst feeling in the world.
Yeah. So if the breeze does stay up and stick around, we might be losing Colin here, and looks like I'm just going to be looking for the next folk to fill in. But for now, I'm feeling pretty confident. I still got you for a little bit longer. They're still out there and stuff. So in fifth place, we have a University of Rhode Island, Aiden Naughton and Taylor Borges, both seniors from URI. Aiden has had quite a strong showing.
Yeah.
And he's been having some bullets out there, and he's another one of those Rhode Island locals.
Yeah, no, a good friend of yours and mine.
Yep.
Spent a lot of summers with him and Taylor. And it's kind of going back to what you're saying about doing a lot of different kind of sailing and sailing being that lifelong sport. He's made his way onto some bigger boats on White Rhino. He's a key team member, but he's just got an incredible feel and incredible comfortability with the sport.
Right.
And on any kind of boat I've seen him get on, he knows exactly what he's talking about most of the time.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys where even after a bad set, he comes to shore and he's still smiling.
Yeah, no, every time.
Every time.
I think I've seen him frown once, and it was a sad day.
You're like, I think the world is ending.
I know, yeah. No, just a great guy overall. And that entire URI team, you heard from Parker, Colin, Tuano, just incredible people and really, really good sailors who have a love for the sport.
Yeah, definitely a very friendly group and so on. And, Dartmouth College, we've got Robert Bragg, and he's been class of 23. He's had a very strong season as well, and he had a very, very strong showing yesterday. I think he might have had a few diggers, but knowing him, he's on the come up, and he's one of those young guys that's been sailing really, really strongly. And I recall, he's got his sister on the team as well, Reese Bragg, phenomenal crew. And these are actually, Robert, he actually was coached by the current coach at UPenn, Isaac Clark.
Mm-hmm. He
is one of those Christchurch alumni, along with Benton Amther, who's with SUNY Maritime.
Mm-hmm.
And, Benton, from what I hear, I was talking to their coach, Zach, he was saying that Benton's actually on his way to some submarine. He's getting,
really?
Yeah, he's getting booked off.
Very
you would
cool.
know. You're one of those maritime. You're one of those academies, and so it's interesting hearing about how different schools work. But with those academies, it's unfortunate for Zach over here. I'm looking at him on my left. He's got all freshman players out here because a lot of his players were shipped off,
if you will.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, imagine just one day you're on a cargo ship now. That's it. Au revoir. So.
Yeah. No, and college sailors, when they graduate, they go a million different places. My teammates are going to be going on a boat and a submarine and planes or whatever. But all over the globe, everywhere. But the love of sailing is always there, and as you've seen, that they always come back to it.
Yeah.
And it's always there. The sailing community. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. So. Yeah, it looks like they just wrapped up that race. I'm trying to find and refresh this race from the Eastern semifinals. Keep in mind the Easterns were in those Zim FJs. They're currently on a downwind of their second race now. But let's go ahead and go over where they finished. It looks like the Stanford Cardinal finished in 6th, Yale in 2nd, Harvard in 10th. Or, I'm sorry, we're going on the B division. Is for the B division of the Eastern semifinal. Stanford had finished 4th, Yale in 6th, Harvard in 5th, Tulane in 2nd. This is going to be great for them.
Yeah.
Yep. Georgetown in 8th, Connecticut College in 3rd, BU in 15th. Fordham did indeed finish in the first place for that race. That'll be great for them.
Currently sitting at 8th right now, which is huge.
Exactly. Bowdoin got a 9th place, currently sitting in 9th, followed by North Carolina State, who got 10th. This is going to be a tight one between, the top 9. Bowdoin is currently sitting in 9th with 183 points. North Carolina State Wolfpack, those Wolves, they are climbing up there with 186 points. That's just 3 points behind Bowdoin. So these next few races for them are going to be crucial.
Mm-hmm.
The St. Mary's Seahawks, my fellow alma mater, I'm seeing we had some tough races for their B division prior, a DNF and a DNS. So I'm curious to see if I do recall correctly, their rig had fallen down because of a broken chain plate.
Yeah, I believe so, and they should get redressed for that. Meaning there'll be some administrative action that's going to not completely take them out of this.
Right.
Where they'll get a score that's kind of fitting with how they've done throughout.
hello to all of our viewers. Thank you all for being so patient. I am seeing your comments to not cover the screen with the score so you can see more of the racing, especially when we're taking a quick breather from the mics here. We hear you, and we promise that we will do a better job with that. So at the moment, right now, we have the Open Western Semifinals. This is the two-lane sales A Division Race 10. So that is who is racing at the moment. Right now, leading in the Western Semifinals is Hobart and Williams Smith, Statesmen, who are currently sitting in first overall in the Western Semifinals. And so in their A Division boat, once again, we have Jake Vickers and Catherine Klempen. And for the A Division current leaders, we have the Naval Academy midshipmen J.C. Hermes, Fiona Lobin, and Ryan Waba. And alongside me here, I've luckily been able to keep him here for longer with me, Colin McGilvery. So, Colin, why don't you say hello and give an update as to how things have been going?
Hey everybody, back here. Just taking a look at these scores again. As a mid myself, super happy to see where JC, Fiona, and Ryan are doing here. I know that we have some great sailors in B as well, and it looks like A is right on the way back out, so we're going to be covering some more sailing here shortly.
Yep. So as we were going inside for a little quick break. I know. Why am I blanking on his name? Of course, Parker. I know Parker and I touched a little bit on, the love stories of college sailing or the sailing world itself. And as we went inside, actually, Lexi Pline, who is our current, one of our current photographers and social media huge part of the social media part right now for this event. She was talking about how she had, 4 weddings of previous teammates that she has to attend, and this is all sailor v sailor weddings. So what a thought, huh? Just wild to even think about. And if you're watching the live stream and you want to shout out some lovely fellow teammates that were teammates and are now married, feel free to do so, and we can go ahead and give them a nice little shout out. But I know that there's plenty out there of beautiful little sailing love stories. If you're so if you want to share those, that is we would love to give those a shout out. So and it's quite a beautiful thing, isn't it, Colin?
I know. Well, I've seen it happen a bunch. I mean, a few of my really close friends who were college sailors who recently graduated. I mean, their parents met in college sailing. My dad sailed in college, and his crew then married someone in their competition who went to URI, and then both their kids went to URI. I'm sorry, no, he went to BU, and then they both sailed at URI. It happens all the time.
Wow.
I've got a friend, Spencer Dellenbaugh, who's not here, but sails in the Brown team, and both his parents were involved in college sailing as well. Friend John Kirkpatrick as well, and both his parents, I believe, sailed in college. Yeah, happens more than you think.
Wow. Isn't that a beautiful thing? Get rid of the dating apps. College sailing is the new dating app. College sailing and the whole sailing world. That is the dating app. They need to make one for sailors at this point. Goodness. You know what I mean? So I see somebody was saying in these races the 8, 9, 10 standings are more important than who is winning. That is correct. And so the scores do not carry over like they did in team racing. Mm-hmm. When the top 9 move on to the finals, this will mean that their scores completely reset. There is no seeding even being done. It is just the top 9 from the Western, top 9 from the Eastern. You get to start off tomorrow from scratch. If you were just barely clinching on to 9th place, but you got it and you qualified, guess what? It's like you're sailing a brand new regatta on Saturday and Sunday. So that's the really neat thing about this. And so that's going to be great. So I've got another one. Is the race on the screen is 10A. So yes, that is correct. This is race 10A for the Western Semifinal, the one with the 2-lane sails. This is race 10A for the Western Semifinals.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got the midshipman up front with J.C. Hermes, amped about that. And then we've got Roger Williams close behind. You can see they're trying to cover 4's wind. Roger Williams in the yellow is trying to cover the wind of boat 4 and attempt to catch up to them, slow them down, and try to take the win for themselves. And, we're talking about when you're back in the fleet, it's hard to stay motivated, try to catch boats. But the same thing goes for if you're in 1 or 2. You'll take a bullet or a 2 any day. But, I mean, just one less point and get that bullet for yourself is going to be one less point on the board, and certainly a motivator if you can just steal the way from somebody else.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, some of the teams that we should be especially keeping an eye out on are, essentially, of course, it's great to be a leader in these semifinals, but, we're going to want to be keeping our eye out on the, from 6th to like about, I would say about 13th place. Let's go ahead and take a look at those. So, the midshipmen, we've got J.C. Hermes leading in A division, but we see, Colin, tell us a little bit about B division. We're seeing a little bit of a tough go here, and so right now you guys are sitting in 6th place with 127 points, which you've got a decent gap between 6 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
7th place Coast Guard Bears sitting in 134 points. So what are your thoughts? Right now you guys are at 6th. You need 9th to qualify. 9th is we're looking right now. We've got the Brown Bears with 151 points. So you guys have about let me do my mental math here, folks. 24 points between you guys. Yes, between you guys and 9th place. So what's the mentality right now? How are we feeling?
So, we've got a bunch of consistency up in our A fleet, and it's super hard to come by, so we're just psyched about that. And just trying to get the ball rolling in B fleet a little bit. It's hard to do. The competition is so tight that just one tack, not even a wrong decision, just one, half speed tack can really bring you back. So, obviously a nice cushion that we'd like to hold on to as best we can. I'm furiously knocking on wood as I say that. And just trying to, if you get a couple bad races, just claw back boats. Nobody's super worried, and as soon as you get worried, you're not going to be doing too well. Just trying to put one race together, one after another, and just claw back. We're doing fine. Everybody here seems to be doing all right, and as long as you keep that mentality, which is much easier said than done, you can do a little on just fine.
Yeah, so speaking of it, that's the neat thing about sailing, I think, and college sailing is this is a team effort, right? This is a collaborative effort. You can have the strongest A division sailor you want. They could be winning the regatta by so many points, but what it takes to qualify for the finals is for 2 teammates to be just, you can't have one all the way at the top and then the other one all the way at the bottom. Yeah. Sometimes that might not be enough just to square it out and even things out for you to qualify. So, that's the neat thing about it is it's a team sport. It's a collaborative effort. Your A division may be doing well, but these last final races might come down to how your B division does. So what is the kind of pump up between 2 teammates? Right now you guys are having, and this is not just with the Naval Academy, but I'm very happy that I've got one right next to me, so he can kind of walk us through the teammate pump up here. When there's many teams here where one division is doing better than the other. So what is kind of the team effort that goes into making sure that you're kind of giving each other the proper support and making sure that you do well together as a team? Yeah.
So, we're looking at our screen here. We see a million boats out there, but let me tell you, inside the boat, it can get really lonely, even just the 2 of you. So the biggest thing I'm trying to do when I have a teammate come on land is just lighten things up, get them out of their head, make them forget it, and just make them laugh a little bit. At least our team, we tend to do well when we're having fun. I'm not sure if that's a little bit of a chicken or the egg thing there, whether the winning makes the fun or the fun makes the winning.
Right.
But again, just try to make the fun happen, and it's usually not that hard. It's just trying to remember that there's days more of this, so many more races left, a million more tacks, a million more jibes, a million more mini decisions to be made. One of those is not going to matter that much. And at any time, if you're taking a digger or a few diggers, you can turn it around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Momentum can change just like that.
Yeah, 100%. So, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these other teams that we're going to want to be looking out here on the race course. We're going to be wanting to look at the 7th place seed Coast Guard Bears right now. They are sitting in 7th with 134 points. Following right behind them is Dartmouth Big Green with 139 points. We're talking that is a 5-point gap between Coast Guard and Dartmouth. So every single race is going to count for these guys. The Brown Bears. Now this is especially a team that's going to want to be keeping on their toes here and just making sure that they are, bringing each other up here. And they're in 9th place with 151 points. If I were them, I'd be a little bit hopeful that right now, trailing them is MIT with 173 points. That's about 22 points behind. But last place in the race is 18th, right?
Yep.
So you get another. You just get another. If you get an 18-16, that could put them right behind MIT. MIT goes up to 9th place, right?
Yep.
So, you look at the scoreboard and you think, oh, 22 points, that's not that bad. But the thing is, the reality is each race, the worst you can do is an 18. The best you can do is a 1. No matter where you finish, you're going to be putting points on the board. So, this is going to be a battle between Brown Bears and MIT Engineers here. So MIT has 173 points, tied with the Charleston Cougars with 173. So, this, when we're getting closer and closer to the edge, and I'm sorry, 3-way tie. We've got a 3-way tie for 10th place. MIT Engineers, Charleston Cougars, UC Santa Barbara Gauchos. They all are tied for 173 points. This is going to be this is exactly what we mean by tight racing.
Yeah, and we're seeing it right here. I mean, we just see we saw the midshipmen snag a 1 there, I believe. So excited about that, but more and more coming into the finish here. And it is tight. You got 13, 8, 14 all coming in.
Cornell with a second. That's going to be the kind of points they're looking for, as they're sitting in 13th here with 179 points. So, they might have brought themselves closer and closer to the actual 9th place spot here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you said a lot. It's so hard to tell from this angle especially, and we might have the best view in the whole venue.
Yeah.
But you're saying just about reading the body language in order to try to figure out who won, who came behind who, and it's so funny to see. But even that can give you a good indicator of where they are mentally.
Yeah, 100%.
It's super hard to tell, and just stay motivated, stay excited. But if you see a boat get a bullet, they're going to be pretty amped. You see a boat dragging a little bit towards the end of the fleet, you're going to see that reflect in their body as well.
Yeah, 100%. And, now we're going to be watching this A division sailing in from the Western semifinal. As they're sailing in, we're going to be able to have a pretty good view here.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got all the coaches over to our left, so we're going to have a pretty good view of these sailors, how they're feeling after this set.
Yeah.
So,
and right now we're taking a look at the start here, which I believe is
Eastern
B. Is that correct?
Let me just confirm that. Eastern semifinal. This may be their A division, folks.
Let me take a look here.
Yeah. You just got to find one sailor sometimes that you recognize, and you're like, yep, that's the division we're looking at. So I'm going to assume here that we've got the Eastern semifinal A division here. So, we're going to be wanting to look at these, once again, these teams that are clinching on for that 9th place overall for these semifinals. And, that's a really interesting part about all this is you could win the division that you're in the semifinals, and guess what? That's not going to win you the trophy in the finals.
No.
It
all gets cleared out. Half the teams go home.
Exactly.
It's a whole fresh start.
Right, exactly. So, it's like whatever happens here, the team's goals right now is just, hey, I could be getting 6th place this whole entire time in the semifinals. I could be getting 9th place the whole time for every single race. So long as we finish in 9th or above, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Because we've made it to the finals. And then, you know what? The finals is going to be a whole different beast because then you're going to have – and you can see this is tight racing in both A and B division. This is going to be – I can't even – I'm trying to wrap my head around about how tight the racing is going to be in the finals.
Oh, my gosh. It's going to be this times 4. It's insanity.
I'm going to be holding on to the edge of my seat the
whole
time.
And by the book, where you finish, 9th or 1st doesn't matter going into the finals.
Yeah.
But in terms of that momentum we were talking about, the mental state you're going in with, it matters to a degree. If you feel like you've got the momentum going in, you feel like you're firing on all cylinders.
Right.
But it doesn't. Another team could have a better night's sleep than you, and all of a sudden just start picking it up.
Yeah, let's talk about night's sleep. Being out in the sun for the past, I've been here since Saturday, folks. And I think you have as well.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys have been here since Saturday as well. And I've been here at the venue. We have, and last night, I don't know what it is. It definitely probably has to do with the fact that I'm probably dehydrated and I'm not even sailing. I passed out at 8:30 last night.
Like a baby.
Yeah,
I was deceased.
I was just out. I was out cold. So I'm trying to wrap my head around what these sailors are going through.
No, I cannot imagine. I mean, they come in, they're slathering on sunscreen on top of layers of sunscreen. It is brutal. Just force themselves to drink water and try to get electrolytes. It's definitely it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, and I was talking to some locals when I was eating at a restaurant, and they were like, "Yeah, actually, fun fact, drinking water is not enough. You actually need to take supplemental hydration packs to survive this heat." And I was like, well, that explains why my calf cramped up. I haven't even been working out.
I know.
I got a muscle cramp from the dehydration. I've never had a cramp like that. I was like, should I call someone?
No,
I was
sure.
I can't move my leg now.
I was talking to some sailors, and they were pounding water all day. They knew they were hydrated, but it wasn't enough. I mean, they still felt lightheaded. They still felt some of those cramps you're talking about. It comes back to those supplements, the electrolytes, and it's crazy. It's unlike anything I've ever seen.
No, it's brutal out here. That is for sure. So this is literally a battle of this is survival mode.
Battle of the shore crews. Let me tell you what.
Seriously.
Us heavies who are doing nothing, we're meal prepping. We're doing everything. Yeah. We're looking at hydration tables. We're just trying to keep people ready to go.
Yeah, you're just I don't even. You guys are doing the Lord's work for sure. I really hope that all those guys that are out there on the water are fully thankful of what you guys are doing on shore, because I need my own hydration squad. I need somebody to be slapping me around and be like, hey, Gloria, drink some more water. I've only seen you take 2 sips in the last half hour. So
we just talked about college sailing, love-making relationships. Yeah. We got to get back in action here.
Yeah, exactly. I'm I'm talking so much, I don't have time to sip of water. I'm like, wait a minute, I need to take a whole break. So, it's brutal out here, folks. So, these sailors, they're working hard to stay well-rounded out here. Yeah. So, looking back to the Open Eastern semifinal, once again, the teams that we're going to be wanting to look at, without a doubt, is in 6th place, we've got the Connecticut College Camels with 153 points. Looks like they've got an okay gap between them and 7th place. Fordham Rams, it looks like they've got about 22 points between one another. And then we've got the Boston University Terriers with 177 points, followed by the Bowdoin Polar Bears. A polar bear would not want to be out here right now. I'm just thinking about that. I'm like, polar bears, definitely. This is a tough one. This is a tough one for the polar bears. I don't think any an actual polar bear would not survive an hour of this heat.
No.
But
we did see a gator swim by, though. That was pretty crazy.
What?
Yeah. No, that was
wow.
wild. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Remind me to not step foot in this water. But I will say, although a real-life polar bear would not be able to survive this heat, the Bowdoin polar bears are putting up a fight right now. They're currently sitting in 9th place in the Eastern. Let me make sure. Yes, the Eastern semifinals. They're not going out without a fight. They are picking out this heat, and they're sitting in 9th with 195 points. Then we've got the St. Mary's Seahawks sitting in 10th with 199, just trailing behind with about 4 points behind them. But this is after the redress. Mm-hmm. So it looks like they did get redressed. I see 2 RDGs here. Mm-hmm. So it looks like with the redress, they're still sitting behind the Bowdoin Polar Bears by 4 points.
4 points, though.
4 points.
That is nothing. Right now it's 2 o'clock New Orleans time, so at least 3 more hours of racing left. At 3 hours at the most of racing left.
Right.
So unless something changes. But
right. And then
plenty of time.
Yeah, that's true. No, you're absolutely right. Listen, we've got 3 more hours of this. This is anybody's game still. So in 11th place to be keeping an eye on in the Easterns is going to be North Carolina State Wolfpack with 204 points, the Hawaii Rainbows with 213 points, and the ODU Monarchs also with 213 points, followed by the Webb Institute Clippers with 218 points. Mm-hmm. So these are going to be all teams that you want to be keeping your eye on. Of course, it's still anybody's game. I mean, you look at the difference. I mean, Stanford's been putting in quite a gap here between them and the other teams. They've got 84 points leading right now. The Yale Bulldogs trailing behind with 112, and then Tulane Green Wave 139. So the difference between 1st place and 9th place right now is actually about 100, just a little bit over 110 points here, folks. So, Stanford's sitting pretty comfortably right now, but with 10 races down, remember, we can still fit 8 more races. I'm not sure that we can fit them now by 5 o'clock, but if for some reason, I don't know how this would happen, if there were 8 more races, I still think, anything can happen here.
Mm-hmm.
So we definitely are starting to see a little bit more consistency with the more and more races that we're getting off. The bigger and bigger the gaps are getting between the leaders and the 9th place teams. But it as you can tell via the scores, this is going to be some tight racing between, about the 5th place team to like the 15th place team. All these teams that are just sitting here in the middle part of the scores. It's anybody's game.
I know. But, I mean, the wild thing to see is up top where you do see the consistency. I mean, that is hard. That is hard to do.
Super hard.
I mean, both college sailors ourselves, that is like God level, unreal. If you can put those together, I mean, I don't know if you know something other people don't, whether you've just got a different mindset coming into it, you're willing to accept a different amount of risk, but it's really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't that consistent.
No, but I hear you.
You know what I mean? I'm like, that was not me. Like, I respect these people. I mean, they are working hard at it. So, this is not an easy task.
Yeah, and speaking of consistent, we've got Stanford's B division here. I'm just going to read out their scores real quick. 1-2, 1-6, 2-2, 1-5, 4-1. Total of 25 points in V division, 84 points overall for this score. That's pretty incredible.
Oh yeah. I mean, we're talking like the lowest score being a 6.
Yeah. I mean, as we were saying before, to win A division, your average score had to be a 7.
Yeah.
Generalized.
Yeah. This is just like a generalized number for sure.
Kind of a ballpark, but that's obviously pretty cool to see. That might be an
absolutely.
average of a
like a 3 or something. Yeah,
right?
I don't even know. Jeez, I'm no math major, but that's like, I mean, we're talking like they had four wins, 4 bullets.
Yeah.
By bullets, folks, we mean a numero uno. They got a first place. So out of the 10 races they have sailed as B division collectively between the 2 skippers, Michelle Larkamp and Wiley Rogers, they have won 4 of those 10 races.
Gotta feel good.
I will tell you, even winning 1 race feels pretty good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like walking away with that 1 win, you're like, oh yeah, we did that. I can go home now.
You cross the line first. You give the race committee a little subtle wave.
Yeah.
You've been here before,
Yeah, exactly.
At least act like it.
Nice, nice. And so to put up 4 of those, and I can imagine we're going to see a few more of those out of the Cardinal for the finals.
Yeah.
That's so they're looking pretty good.
I'm pretty sure this is A division East.
Yes.
That we're watching here on screen.
Yep, that does look that way. So, I'm curious to see we're talking about this Cardinal team, and I want to see where they're at right now, so.
Well, I think they're rounding in 17th, if I'm correct, right on the right there in that blue FJ, that blue sail.
Very
just
nice.
sailed out of frame, but I'm pretty sure they're doing well.
Yeah, that'll do it. So, looking at right now, let's take a look at the teams in terms of A division. Let's see what some of those teams that were sitting in the middle overall, how they're doing in their collective A division. So, we saw St. Mary's was trailing right behind in 11th, I believe, or was it 10th? St. Mary's is sitting in 10th overall. They're A division right now. Owen Hennessy and Sam Muir, they're both putting up a fight. They're in 5th,
Cool to see.
Yeah. This is a freshman in 5th. He's going, looking at the skippers in A division of the Eastern right now. We've got Jack Agan, who sailed races 1 through 8 for Yale, also class of 25. So that's another powerful freshman we're seeing, and it's not easy. Like, these freshmen that are sailing, I mean, look at Jack Egan and Owen Hennessy, both freshmen, and putting up a fight in this A division. I mean,
it's scary.
Yeah, you're like, the next 3 years,
Yeah.
just imagining what they're going to become. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, no, you're made to feel like the future's coming for you, and it's coming fast. I mean, especially when they're just doing that consistently and they're as comfortable as ever. You're worried.
And last I checked in with those 2 on shore, I didn't see any sweat. I don't think they're sweating, man. Like,
well, then that's probably something medical they should have checked out, because I was sweating buckets.
Yeah, like they looked pretty calm. So that's we love to see that. So, I was just handed here. In 7th, North Carolina State University. They're one of those teams that is just crisp right there, fighting to climb their way into 9th place right now and doing a pretty good job of it. We've got Scott Harris, class of 22, Olivia Soa, 24, Sean Harris, 25. So, North Carolina State Sail Pack, they are a cross-regional club-based coach team with a roster of 30 student athletes based in Raleigh, North Carolina. My sister lives in North Carolina.
Really?
Yeah, that's a fun fact. So, they competed in they're competing here at the Opens, and they're going to be competing at the women's fleet race, which is going to be great, and so on. And so look at this, majority of them are STEM majors. Their team GPA is a 3.34. We love that. So looking at their A division skippers, skipper Scott Harris, he's a senior from Wilmington, North Carolina, with a major in sustainable materials technology. Wow. Wow,
That's
very
pretty
neat.
cool.
Well, sustainable materials. That's the future, man.
Yeah, maybe
These
they
are
can
the
sustain the 7th here and make it to tomorrow. Let's
hey,
hope so.
there you go. There you go. And then we've got Olivia Soa. I have been pronouncing that correctly. Good stuff. She's a crew from a sophomore from Hollywood, Maryland, which, fun fact for those folks that are not from Maryland, that is very close to St. Mary's County, Hollywood, Maryland. So it's not the Hollywood where all the celebrities live in, but it's the Hollywood of Maryland. So she's a chemical engineer.
The Hollywood of St. Mary's County.
Yeah, exactly. There's a really good Thai food place there. That's what I know. So,
So I believe this is Eastern A coming in here. I believe that's Sean Harvey in boat 8 here with a pretty nice gap behind him. And you'll see that next boat to round that windward mark will be here in a while. But I mean, he should be feeling comfortable. It's hard to do when you're in the one, but I mean, that's a leg well sailed right there.
Yeah, talk about that. I mean, we're talking like a second place boat has not even rounded the windward mark
yet. We'll tell you
when
when they do. We're looking at them.
Yeah, we are looking right now. Talk about a lead there by, I believe that is Sean Harvey that is sailing right now. Sean Harvey with Sonia Lingo-Sutley. Talk about a lead. Not a single boat has yet rounded the windward mark behind them.
I mean, they're like halfway down the downwind right now.
Yeah.
Not a single boat has started the reach yet.
Nope, not yet. Here we go. Getting close here. We've got the Georgetown Hoyas in 17 getting ready to mark the windward mark.
Boom.
There we go. We've got Stanford right behind them. If I'm not mistaken, that is Jack Park in class of 21 with crew right now, Anna Claire Soul. Or possibly crew Sammy Pical, class of 22. So there we go. Now you're seeing the rest of the fleet rounding there, but talk about a lead, Colin.
That feels good. I mean, it's hard to feel
Wow.
good when you're in first going downwind and knowing you've got the whole fleet covering you, but he's going to be okay.
Yeah.
He's going to be fine.
Yeah. I'm not sure he even really has to look behind here. Yeah, it's like, I don't even, I mean, they are literally halfway down this leg
He's
right
thinking
now.
about lunch on shore right now.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? All I can give this is an Owen Wilson. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Let's see here. Yeah, that's quite literally a fight for second place.
Yeah.
Is that Stanford in second?
I believe that is a Georgetown Hoya.
Okay, huge.
So I see that for the Hoyas, we've got Jack Ryder, class of 22, and Edward Cook, class of 23, Annabelle Ayer, 22, Audrey Funk, class of 24, and Addie Harris, class of 24.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like they have been mixing up the roster a little bit for these races, but,
Yeah.
looks like it's whatever they're doing looks like it's paying off.
I know.
They've got a good
We're doing the
second.
same thing on the Navy side for our team, and I think a lot of it is just to keep somewhat fresh legs in the boat. It's so brutal getting beat down the sun. We can't talk about it enough. It's definitely, I think, probably the biggest obstacle towards winning.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the heat exhaustion can be such a real thing, and it's almost like how do you even train for that? Do you like go pretend like get on a hiking bench in a sauna room or something?
Yeah. I don't know.
I feel like that's the closest you can get to it, So
Yeah.
yeah,
So yeah, you can see Sean Harvey down there, Yale, head by a mile.
guys, he is close. He is almost in the race for the other division with the Westerns here.
I think
he
they're in
is.
pre-start at the moment.
Oh, Well, that's my mistake.
Well, still.
I'm like, oh my goodness, are you seeing this?
He might as well be in a fleet of his own as of now.
Yeah, as of right now, he has a very clear lead, and this once again is just a showing that, Sean Harvey and Sonia have just been on a hot streak all season.
Hey, tell me, is that St. Mary's, I believe, in boat 2?
That sure does look like
Let's-
St. Mary's. Owen Hennessy and Sam Muir.
You love to see it.
Wow, look at that. I'm not sure how close they are to
Neither-
Sean, though. My depth perception might be off. Like, if they are quite close to Sean, then I'd be quite surprised
Yeah,
because
well,
Sean
yeah.
had quite the lead of a century.
Yeah, I'm probably not close to Sean, but at least close to that secondary pack there. Let's hope. It's hard to tell with our depth perception and through the camera.
Right, and I'm not sure if I'm seeing that right. If that is a Wisconsin Badger, that is somebody. Why don't I vote 9? I'm gonna go
Almost
ahead.
certainly somebody.
Yeah, it's somebody in there. So I'm gonna go ahead and click a refresh here so I can let you guys know who that is in the A Division boat 9. That was close to the St. Mary's Seahawks. That looks like that is the Webb Institute Clippers.
Cool.
Very fun. I believe that might be another club team, but these club teams are they're up there and
Yeah.
they're putting up a fight. Like
Yep.
like I was saying that NC State has been a great new up and coming program. They did a pretty good job last year at
Mhm.
nationals, and so their coach is Dana Magliola is their head coach from Charleston, South Carolina. You've graduated from UVA in 2001 and went and got a NC State MBA in 2016. Magliola is also the CESA Conference Commissioner, and so then they also have their assistant coach, Chapin Smith, who is from Mobile, AL.
Mobile, Alabama.
Alabama?
Yeah,
AL
yeah.
is Alabama?
Yeah.
That's foolish. I'm like AL. I'm like, that's got to be Alabama's initials. And then went to Auburn University, graduated in 2019, and is the NC State MS Operations Researcher of 2023. So, they've got a good little gang that came out here, and they've been doing a really great job. So they're
Yeah.
going to be one of those teams we want to be watching here to see if they're going to be able to claw their way up at the top
Mhm.
9 here. So
No, it's cool to see these club teams do what they do. I mean, there's so many very competitive ones. I mean, this is kind of one of the sports where I think the varsity club classification does matter in some ways, but in a lot of ways it doesn't. I mean, end of the day, you're out there, same boats, same course, and kind of whoever can just put the best event together is going to win, and budget can only get you so far.
yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I'm just taking a look at some of your comments. So yeah, I'm what I love to see here is hats off to all these awesome college athletes. You're sailing your hearts out, and we're really proud of every team. That's the support we're looking for. These college sailors are really doing a really great job, and we're really proud of everybody that's out here and battling it out. So
There's one question about how long they're going to be racing today. So that's going to be till 5 o'clock New Orleans time.
yep. So we're just gonna want to be keeping an eye out that in the Central Time Zone as we hear. So. Could we name the college teams as they round the marks? We will try our very hardest. It is quite hard to see them as we are sitting here. We are trying our best off their pennies just because to keep track of, all their boats for every single race and their sail numbers is a little bit tough. But promise you we were trying to give you the best commentary possible with, the view that we've got. But we're hoping that you guys stay tuned and enjoy a little bit of the banter that we're trying to give you as well. So.
So let's see. It looks as if B Division Western is about to start up again soon.
Yep.
Those are those boats, then the 420s with those 2-lane green wave sails.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk you through that pre-start process. And it looks as if that fleet that just finished, which I believe was Eastern A, I believe, is I think just hanging out for their next start. I don't believe they're rotating just yet.
Nope, not yet. I think they're going to have one more race before we see them come in. So, yeah, so it looks like that was race 11A for the Eastern. They still have one more to go. We're going to keep refreshing here so we can give you guys an update on where each team finished in 11A. But at the moment, we do have the start for the let me make sure I'm getting this right, for 9B for the Open Western Semifinal. Once again, some teams you're going to be wanting to look at for the Western Semifinals is going to be the Coast Guard Bears that are sitting in 6th, Tufts Jumbos sitting in 7th, Dartmouth Big Green sitting in 8th, Brown Bears sitting in 9th, MIT Engineers sitting in 10th, Cornell Big Red in 11th, Charleston Cougars in 12th, and UC Santa Barbara sitting in 13th. And must we not forget the Pennsylvania Quakers as well, sitting in 14th. But this is definitely anybody's game right now. So definitely stay tuned. Let's see if we have a possible refresh of these scores for the, here we go. We've got our Open Eastern Semifinal 11A scores. We've got a third place for Stanford, a first place for the Yale Bulldogs.
No surprise.
Yeah, by miles, as we saw there. We got a second place for Georgetown, 8th for Tulane, 16th for Harvard. That's a bit of a digger there for them, as we saw them drop down to 5th overall here. A 12 for Connecticut College Camels, a 7th for Fordham, a 9th for BU, a 14th for Bowdoin, a 13th for St. Mary's, a 10th for North Carolina State, 4th for ODU, 5th for Hawaii, 11th for Kings Point Mariners, 6th for Florida State Seminoles.
Yep.
Seminoles. I'm practicing that one. 15th for Webb Institute Clippers, 18th for GW Colonials, and a 17th for the New York Maritime Privateers.
Yeah.
So looking at these teams that are right neck and neck for this 9th place spot, we've got Bowdoin. They finished with a 14th that race. St. Mary's trailing right behind in 10th. They got a 13.
Yeah, okay, so our depth perception was off there.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah, it must have
whatever.
been. Yeah, it must have been. But and then North Carolina State with a 10th in that race.
Yeah.
You know, so looking at that, I mean, that those were kind of all diggers for all three of those teams that are kind of battling to get that 9th place spot. So
it'll certainly be tight.
I mean, look at this now. Like, Bowdoin's got 209 points. St. Mary's in 10th, trailing behind by 3 points with 212.
Sheesh.
North Carolina State with 214.
Yeah, and we've got some new scores going to be coming in soon. We've got this is Western B Division. Right after the start, it's neck and neck here right off that start. Yeah, I've got my teammates in boat 3. We've got Olivia De Lazara, one of our seniors, one of the few starting women skippers here, and her crew, Jonah Hatt from San Diego, both doing quite well. If both integral part of the NADS. If I was them right now, what I'd be doing is just be trying to go in as fast as I can in a straight line, keep my clear air there. They seem to be crossing. Nope, just ducked behind that boat too. But they seem to be trucking away, and it's these high intensity straight line speed, just trying to make as many right decisions as you can. They just got a little header there, flopped right onto port, just making right decision after right decision.
Right, and I'm getting a little bit of notes here. Just a heads up that the Webb Institute team, talk about impressive. They've been doing quite well fighting to get into this top 9, and I'm hearing that they're a very small club team with no coach.
That's insane.
They have no coach. It's a completely student-led team, which, talk about impressive. I mean, I'm not sure what I would be able to do without Warblow and Bill and Brady. I mean, to have not I had 3 in college, but to have none and be completely student-led, talk about impressive.
Yeah, no, my team's, we've got 3 coaches, and yeah, we need every single one of them, but all incredible.
Right.
And to do as well as they have with no coaches, completely student-led, I mean, that is a testament to them
Absolutely.
as a team and their culture, I think.
Right, and so I don't even believe that they're the only one. I believe that George Washington University is also one of the club teams that has no coach and has been here completely student-led as well. And so, that is no easy feat. I mean, we're talking the students have to be rotating at practices, and the students have to be coaching one another. And I can't even imagine the dynamic you have to have amongst one another, because a student has to make the tough call, especially with such a, GW has notoriously been such a strong team, and, they were varsity at one point in time, and they've got a lot of great sailors, and in Mesa they've had a very strong season, and they haven't even had a coach.
It's insane. I mean, our team, as I said, we've got like 3 professional coaches, got Dylan Paiva, Ian Berman, and Matt Peter, and they're all basically coaching throughout the entire year. They're incredibly good at what they do, and we're lucky to have them. But just to do as well as they do without coaches, completely student-led, it's wild. And I'm rooting for them now.
Yeah,
It's
there
incredible.
you go, right? Like it's all the power to them, and respect to those teams, and fantastic job for them thus far. So I'm hearing here we go, another one. So I'm hearing that Webb Institute, the school only has 100 people total.
Imagine that.
Imagine
oh my
that.
gosh, that's
wow.
crazy.
And to be out of those 100 people, we're talking taking enough people to bring here to the national championship and have a student-led team. Incredible. Thank you, Blake and Conrad, for mentioning that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna give this. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm gonna give them? I'm gonna give them an Owen Wilson. Wow. Wow.
There you go.
Seriously, well deserved. Great job to them, and maybe we'll be able to pull one of those guys in here into the booth later on.
Sure.
So, very well deserving. So, looking at this race, we're looking for who's going to be rounding the top mark, leading this. We're definitely going to be hoping that it's one of these top teams, one of these teams that are fighting for this 9th place finish. All it would take for one of these teams that's sitting in 12th or 13th or 14th right now with the scores being so tight would be like a bullet.
Yeah. Oh my God. Anything even less than that top 5. I mean, let's again see how tight it is. We're seeing 9 to 10 here, 3 points. It's nothing.
Yeah, exactly. So it's anybody's game. So let's take a look. It looks like in boat 17 we have MIT tacking right on them. URI, the Rams. Let's see who else we are looking for. Once they tack over and they're starting around the marks, it's going to be a little bit easier for us to see, folks. And we're going to try and tell you and URI rounding in first place at the moment. Boat 8-15 rounding right behind them. That looks like Hobart Williams Smith, if I'm not mistaken. MIT Engineers, followed by Cornell, I believe. Let me take off my sunglasses, folks. Followed by Coast Guard Academy. Am I looking at the...
Let's see. And then coming right around after them is Rogers, Roger Williams University. And then we've got... the Charleston Cougars following them. Right after that, we have the Naval Academy Midshipmen, Go Nads. And after that, it appears we have Tufts in 1, and then we'll have to see who follows.
Yep. So good ones to be looking at here are going to be Coast Guard, Tufts, Dartmouth, Brown, MIT, Cornell, Charleston. So, I'm not seeing the Brown Bears, Dartmouth rounding yet. I see Dartmouth possibly. I see Brown in boat 11 there. But I'm seeing Dartmouth in boat 14. This is going to be a tough one for them. This is going to be if they are not able to climb back up here, because I'm seeing that the Cougars and Cornell and MIT all rounded pretty far advanced in this race.
Yeah.
So, this is going to be a tight one, and these points are what we're looking to. We don't want to put on any of these points. So Dartmouth is sitting right now with 146 points. And I see trailing behind them is the Brown Bears with 157. Luckily, the Brown Bears rounded relatively close there with Dartmouth, but right behind them is MIT with 178 points. This is the kind of races MIT is looking to have.
Yeah, no, almost certainly. Where'd you say they finished? Are they rounded right here?
I believe they rounded just around in 3rd.
Yeah, no, I mean, anything like from there, I'd say almost from 3rd to 7th. Rack those up as much as you can. It's gonna solidify where you are. It shows you've got good consistency. You're not taking crazy risks trying to go for a bullet. Yeah, you take those all day long.
Yeah, 100%. It's funny when we were, commentating when Brooks and I were commentating for the team racing. It's like, I don't know if you want to be, from the plate 2. I don't know if you want to be going in and taking the 1. And guess what? We're fleet racing now. You want to go get that one.
It's true.
You want to go get that one. Talk about a transition of racing, right? So team racing, it's like all about making the right plays, and you want to stop your boat and go back and help pull your teammates out. And now it's like, no.
Yeah. No,
keep
100%.
Booking it forward.
You talk so much about that mentality going into racing. It's completely different. I mean, for that, it's 3v3. lowest score wins for the team. So you know, you're sacrificing yourself, trying to get your teammates ahead. You're doing all this stuff. For this, it's just fastest boat around the course.
Yeah, exactly.
Trying to get around the racetrack as fast as you can. Go pedal to the metal.
Pedal to the metal, all gas, no brakes,
Exactly.
folks. That's exactly what you want. You want all the speed in the world. You want to call onto the wind gods and be like, please, please, please. You know, so it's looking good, folks. So, if anybody has any questions, please keep the commentary going. We love to hear from you guys. And, any questions that you may have, any suggestions, please let us know. And we'd love to hear some more from you guys, Let's start, throw on these broadcasts as we're getting closer here to the end of the day. It is now 2:30. The closer and closer we get to the end of the day. Oh, and we have an umbrella down, folks. So this puff came through so hard, Southern Yacht Club's umbrella at the pool is flying.
We saw the same thing happen to a tent over there on the point in Tent City. I
Ooh.
won't say who it was, but we had some of their team members go swimming for it.
Oh.
Yeah, just minutes before the crocodile swam by too. So.
Oh no.
Everybody was
no.
okay. Tent was not okay. Crocodile
Oh.
seemed fine too. So.
You know what? I wouldn't want to be that team. No. I do not want to be that guy. That is terrifying.
But I'll tell you what, nobody was ready for it. That happened, and we immediately just started tying stuff down. It could have been anybody. So.
Yes, seriously. Yeah, you got to learn. Hey, that is a perfect. Bring it back to college sailing.
I guess
learn
we have
from
to,
others'
right?
mistakes. Learn from others' mistakes, right?
Right.
You didn't have the rocks on your tent. You see that happen. You're like, whoa.
Yeah, no, 100%.
You're like, oh man, I do not want that to be me. All right, so we're seeing that we have some folks from the Zim FGs, the Eastern semifinals, rounding this mark. I'm sorry, folks, we are missing a little bit of that mark rounding, but do not be worried. We will try and get their lured mark rounding for you guys. But look at this. We've got some hiking going on. Let's see, is you or I going to be able to hold the lead here in this race?
Yeah. And they're absolutely trucking there. They seem to have a great lane. I mean, it's easy to look fast when you're in first. You're not bouncing off any other boats. You've got only the course ahead of you, and that's the way you want to keep it.
Yeah.
But it's hard. You're trying to cover an entire fleet. So one splits off one way, the other half splits off the other. You've got to make decisions. Who am I going to cover? You're just trying to stay between basically your biggest threat or the group that's your biggest threat and the mark. If you can stay between them and the mark, you're going to stay at least ahead of them. Ideally, you're going to stay in first.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is a great shot right now.
Yeah.
Look at, you got to work for it, right? So, it's good to see is here Roger Williams Hawks, after putting up such a good performance at the Team Race National Championships, they are now leading the Open Western semifinal at the moment with 110 points. Now Hobart is climbing up right behind them with 117, but Roger Williams has had such a great season thus far, and they've been putting on a killer performance, whether it's team racing or fleet racing, and it's good to see that what's great to see is the teams that are able to translate their team racing skill onto their fleet racing. So, looking at the A division from Roger Williams, they're sitting in 7th place in A division. We've got Spencer Cartwright, class of 2022, Aiden Hoogland, 24, Annika Irene, class of 23, Molly Matthews, 23, Hank Bailey, 24. And for Roger Williams' B division, we have Cameron Wood, who's winning B division by approximately 13 points at the moment. Yeah. Cameron Wood, class of 22, Matthew Dale, 25, Emily Gildia, 21, and Annika Irene, class of 23. So, the one thing, that we're looking at with their team and is that they've got quite a few seniors graduating, but, they've got a very strong coach, and so Amanda Callahan, she's fantastic. We love the female coach representation, and she has just been doing such a great job keeping such a strong team going. Every single year we see them up there for the team racing, and she's just so well knowledged, and so right. she has just done a great job with that team. Well,
you'll see we got some boats coming around those windward marks. That's the Rhode Island Rams in first with a good gap here. Wouldn't call it a horizon job just yet, but they're coming right down to the downwind. 13 screaming in. I'm trying to see who that is.
Cornell.
There you go.
Big red. Followed by Hobart.
Is that Coast Guard behind them? I can't quite see.
Yeah, it looks like Hobart and Coast Guard right next to one another.
The
MIT Engineers.
There you go. Rogers well right there.
Charleston, you guys, we're seeing the leaders of this race at the moment. Seems to be folks that are sitting right there on the very edge of the top 9. So
I think I called the mids a little early. There's the midshipmen. There they go.
So, this is going to be a big toss-up of a race. I think that we're going to see a big difference in scores after this race, considering who is rounding this top mark. We see that Dartmouth made some gains. I believe that is Maddie Hawkins there. And so we see that she has made quite some gains since on this final upwind leg and this downwind.
Got Brown. I think that's Michigan. That's getting rolled over down there in 6. Who's that 9 right there?
That looks like the Wisconsin
Yes, it
Badgers.
is. Then kind of towards the back of the pack here, we got BC and 4. Let's take a look here at their pennies. That, I think that's Webb, I believe.
That might be, or Santa Barbara?
It could be Santa Barbara. Well, it could be the Gauchos.
That might be the Gauchos. Sometimes it's hard to see, folks. We're just doing our best.
But if any of you have the rotation straight and you know who's in what boat when, we're doing our best trying to, basically 4 different fleets out here trying to keep those straight. But honestly, for us, it's easier just to see who we know and what penny they're wearing.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that guy's an A.
Yeah. So I was told, yep, there you go. We got a Let's Go Hawks Rogers. I see that it's not a crocodile, it's an alligator.
Oh, excuse me. How could I?
Gosh.
Oh, no, I'm not
on,
touching
man.
it either way.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Just avoid it either way. I don't want to be next to either one of those. So appreciate that, Kelly. So let's take a look at this race. So Colin, if you're one of those guys in the back on this downwind, what are you looking to do? What would you be doing in that situation?
Again, as we hit a few times, just trying to keep that mentality of just pass boats. If you're in second to last. You're still just trying to pass boats. I mean, again, second, you're a little more defensive, playing the fleet rather than the course. But in the back, you've really got nothing to lose. You're just going forward, trying to make every boat handling maneuver as fast as you can, pointed down the course, and you're keeping eyes over your shoulders. You're going to have that oncoming breeze quicker than everybody else. So if there's a puff coming down, you can ride that straight down, come towards the middle of the pack, and get that breeze even before they do.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see that we've got the FJs coming back up on their upwind, the Eastern Division. Let's see if I can pull this up quick enough. For the Eastern Division, we have in their semifinals. This is going to be race 12A for the Eastern Semifinal Division. And I believe that the Western, they are finishing, if I'm not mistaken, this race. So as soon as they get through the finish line, because I promise you folks, with this view, I definitely cannot tell you who was finishing against one another, but I absolutely will refresh these scores as soon as they finish and let you know who is finishing in front of who. And I definitely want to refresh this because I think that we're going to see a pretty big difference in the standings.
Yeah, no, almost certainly.
Alrighty, let's take a look at this upwind with these lovely, lovely FJs for the Eastern semifinals. Race once again 12A. We're going to be seeing who's coming up around the marks here.
Yeah, it appears a 9. I believe that's the Monarch. No, that's Webb. And 10 we've got Dartmouth. And we're going to give you a feed of as they come across those marks. Who's where and where they are position-wise.
Yep.
So let's see. I believe they're coming up to around those marks. I don't think they're finishing up there. Let me just let's just see here. Yep. Cool. We got. I believe that's Webb. Kind of consolidate here. Hip up on 10. Definitely could use a better tack there. They've thrown a wind shadow on him, but it would have been nice to be a little more popped. Let's hope 10 doesn't get bow out on them. Not looking incredible there.
But hey, what a rounding for them,
yeah,
though.
It's tight.
Right? And that's, you said that's Webb Institute, correct?
I believe that's Webb and Dartmouth.
Yeah, well, look at that. I mean, talk about a great first upwind leg for Webb. I mean, my goodness, like we're talking that they're rounding the mark right there, and as a leader. So there we go. We've got a boat 2 St. Mary's Seahawks alma mater. Gotta gas them up. We've got Yale trailing right there in boat 8. So it
Good
looks
amount
like
of
we're
consistency
having.
for them.
Yeah, well, I must say, I'm seeing a
Oof.
lot of boats struggling to get around this top mark.
Yeah.
Everybody's kind of having a tight one. Then we're seeing a Harvard. We're seeing a spin out of Yale here. They
Yep.
must have been hooked on the mark here. But without a doubt, we've seen their speed, and it's been good, and I'm sure that they'll catch these boats.
There's Tulane in 4. I believe that's Fordman 15.
Mm-hmm.
Got Merchant Marines in 7. Then comes Georgetown. After that, I'm trying to take a look. I can't quite tell. It could be Tulane. It's hard to tell. I think they
Hawaii.
went ahead.
Hawaii.
Hawaii, of course, the Rainbows. I
The
could forget.
Rainbows.
And then Stanford here taking a digger for them for sure.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a tough race. I am curious as to what happened. If the starts are definitely not easy. Why don't we go ahead and talk about that? The starts, as we see here, we've got BU rounding in boat 11. I believe that is. Remind me, that is going to be the
and
Tyler
11 going
Mowry,
straight for a
class
spin.
of 23, and Catherine Shaken, class of 23 as well. 2 juniors, so they've been putting up quite a fight. They've had a pretty good day. I see that they just did a spin there, but I'm sure that they will be able to recover from that. Catherine Shaken and I actually coached together this past summer on the Cape.
Really?
She is a
That's fun.
very, very strong sailor, and so I'm sure that they will be able to bounce back from this one. So.
Mhm. There you go. So let's see. They're all in the downwind here, each doing their best to go in a straight line, get down through the course as fast as they can, but also position themselves well against the others. So what happens is they're going to come into this circle around the marks, an imaginary circle, but whoever's got what we call overlap on the others is going to be able to round first and have as much room as they need to round the mark. So if you have that on others, and right now it depends on kind of which you go around. I really hope they aren't finishing right now. I'm kind of talking.
No, go
I'm
ahead.
kind of talking some ridiculousness, but this is for any leg going down to that gate mark. You're trying to position so that you've got the inside on others relative to the mark, so that you can round ahead of the others that are outside of you and have a clear lane and continue up well. So let's take a look.
Absolutely.
They may be finishing here.
Oh, I'm not too sure if they are finishing, but I think we're going to be seeing some mark roundings. Let's
Of
go
course. There you go.
wait. Oh,
I believe it.
they might even be way far from the marks. It just might be a depth perception thing. I think they actually might be quite far from the marks. If I'm going to be honest, I could not tell. No, and there it goes.
There we go.
There we go.
I should have just stayed confident.
Yeah, man. Trust the process. Trust yourself. All right, so there we go. We see Bowdoin Polar Bears winning this race at the moment, followed by Webb Institute. They are putting up a fight here. So we're going to see these two neck and neck, followed by St. Mary's Seahawks and Red Boat 2 rounding in 3rd place. Now, folks, don't be fooled by the depth perception, as I tend to be, but I am not sure how far Boat 5 is here from the marks. If they are close and they are near rounding, that means that is a huge gain for Stanford.
I'm gonna doubt they're all that close.
Right? It's tough
we'll
with the
see.
depth perception.
If they are, then
I'm
then
hopeful
good on
for them.
Yeah.
It'd be great if they made all those gains, right?
Right. Cool. Well, yeah. They're still headed down towards those marks. I think they're gonna go for a jog in a second and hop in line to do that left-hand turn around that gate.
Yeah, so, this is going to be a great race. If Bowdoin is able to keep the lead here for this race, this is going to be great news for them, because they might be they're just getting that much closer to the BU Terriers. Actually, there's going to be a big mix-up here. BU, if they are not able to climb out of this back of the pack, that means they're going to drop down, because there's only about, 23 points between BU and Bowdoin right now.
Yeah.
These two scores, if Bowdoin wins this, BU is near last place. That means we're going to see a big toss-up there between 8th and 9th.
Yeah, I mean, this race alone may not do it, but it'll certainly bring it closer.
Right. So, we're not saying that either one of those teams is going to fall out of the top 9, but, going into these semifinals, you always want a cushion.
Yeah.
A cushion's always nice.
Certainly.
We sure do like a cushion. And folks, you can feel the breeze on our mics here. Hopefully we get some more breeze. I'm going to make sure Colin doesn't miss out in case he needs to go in, So, but I hope that you're tuning in and everything and sticking around here with us. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh. We're going to take a look here at the scores from the Open Western semifinal. Here we go. Roger Williams finished Race 10A. These are the scores from race 10A. Roger Williams finished in second. Hobart and William Smith finished in 13. URI finished in 10th. Navy finished in first.
There you go.
BC finished. Oh wow, that was a toss-up from how they rounded that top mark.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's wow. Okay, good for them. Navy finished in first. BC in 12th. Coast Guard in third. Tufts in 15th. Dartmouth in 7th. Brown in 6th. MIT in 5th. Cornell in 9th. Charleston in 16th. UC Santa Barbara in 17th. UPenn in 8th. UMiami in 4th. Jacksonville in 14th. Wisconsin Badgers in 11th. And Michigan Wolverines in 18th. So looking at the overall standings, I see that Roger Williams has clinched onto the first place. Hobart is still in second. URI is still in third. URI moved up to third, I believe.
I know, right in front of our midshipmen here.
Yeah, and midshipmen are in fourth. Coast Guard in fifth. Tufts in sixth. BC in seventh. Dartmouth in eighth. Brown in ninth. MIT in 10th, Cornell in 11th, Charleston in 12th, UPenn Quakers in 13th. So the difference right now between 9th place and 10th place, there is approximately a 12-point difference between Brown and MIT.
Yeah, and we're seeing a finish coming in here. I believe it's Eastern B, and we're gonna call them as they come across the line here as best we can, and just let you know how teams are doing relative to each other. So a little bit of balance battle here between these boats. I think that outside boat's going to be unable to attack unless they're a little closer than we thought. If they can just get onto starboard, that boat 10's going to have to avoid him, and they both flop over, so I think 10's going to have the edge there. It's Dartmouth and Webb as far as I can tell. I'm pretty sure Dartmouth might have come across the line first there. So Dartmouth first, Webb second. And we'll do our best to call them as they're coming around the line next. That looks like the Seahawks coming around in third here. Must have been a pretty substantial lefty as they come into the finish here. So losing the line a little bit here at the camera, but you can see them all stacking up on that port lay line.
So, folks, it looks like I misled you slightly. I was reading off 10A race for the Western Semifinal when it was actually the 9B race for the Western Semifinal, which just completed, where the Roger Williams Hawks finished in 7th, Hobart in 4th, URI in first. I had a feeling. I was like, how did everybody feel like that? As I was reading it, I was like, something's off. Navy in 8th. Sorry, buddy.
No, all good.
Coast Guard in
I had a feeling.
Yeah, Coast Guard in 3rd. Tufts in 10th. BC in 17th. Dartmouth in 9th. Brown in 14th. MIT in 5th. Cornell in 2nd. Charleston in 6th. Penn in 13th, UC Santa Barbara in 18th, UMiami 15th, Jacksonville 12th, Wisconsin in 11th, and Michigan Wolverines in 16th. So pardon me again, folks, but still we are seeing a difference in the standings. Like I was saying earlier, URI did move up to 3rd, and we are seeing a battle between Brown and MIT here for the 9th place spot. Brown is sitting in 9th with 171 points, whereas MIT is with 183.
Very cool. And we've got those. I believe we've got that. We've got this Eastern Fleet coming in the FJs to do another rotation, and we've got the Western Fleet in the 420s coming up the course in those green Zim sails. So they'll come into frame very quickly. But again, it looks neck and neck as far as I can tell, and we'll give you a good up-to-date position update when they come around those top marks.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, we're just waiting for the scores to be uploaded here for the Eastern Semifinal, but that Finnish boat has just been doing a fantastic job with getting those in there.
Yeah.
So
no, I mean they've got the pros on there. That's not something to mess up.
Big time.
Especially as they've been coming in so tight. I mean, you're talking about hairs difference between bows, and it's up to that Finnish boat to make the call who's ahead of who. So let's see here. Again, it's very easy to see these puffs coming down the course. You've got these big bands of pressure, so it's a little bit easier to telegraph where you're going to want to put your boat. Best position here. Looks like we've got the left converging with the right in this western fleet.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see. You're going to see those bows start to cross.
Yep, it does look like the right side has been pretty consistently crossing the left here. So I'm interested if those folks that are out left, I mean, they're going for lee bows here. That would definitely be the right thing to do, is if you see that you're not going to be crossing, you might as well lead them out to the side that they're all heading towards.
Yeah, no, 100%. You don't want to give up that leverage, and anytime you take a stern, you're almost confirming that this boat is ahead of you. Anytime you duck under somebody. And,
banging the left side is a little bit risky here because you'll always be coming back on that poor lay line as a port boat, and you're going to have to worry about the whole starboard train of boats that's going to be coming up to that first mark.
And that is no fun. That's a guaranteed several sterns you're going to take.
Yeah, and if you do take that risk of just tacking in there, you're taking a massive risk of not just hitting another boat then having to foul that way, but we're talking like you could even run into the actual windward mark and do a 360 for that alone. So
and piss off some people you're going to see a whole lot more in college sailing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's definitely high risk coming in on that poor lay line, without a doubt.
But we've seen some people today make it work. I mean, if you can just slide in there and foul nobody, it can work. But most of the time it does not.
No. And, and even if you do make it work, you better, even then some people, if you're close enough and they're in a bad mood, they might still try to call it a foul. So it's definitely a high risk, but also kind of a high reward. Sometimes.
Let's see here who we've got coming into this top market. We've got 7 screaming in. I think that's Penn, I believe.
Was that Penn?
Is
that Yale? That might be Yale.
Yale.
That might be Penn. I'm going to go ahead and confirm that, folks.
It's so hard to tell at this distance and the speed they're coming in. Let's see. I think that's Tufts coming around in 1. Excuse me, boat 1. Who is that? I think that could have been Cornell. Then there's the Rhodey Rams in 8. Maybe Michigan in 6. It's hard to tell. There's Charleston in 17 coming around.
So I see there's that Jacksonville in boat 16.
Yep.
Webb in 4.
There you go.
Webb has been doing a great job in this set.
And in 3 we have the midshipman, I believe, with a little bit of work to do. Don't laugh. Go Nads. They've been known to come back from worse.
There's nothing like it, right? There's nothing like it when
nothing
you're looking at your own team
and
you're like, yeah.
It's, Yeah. What can you do? Again, 1 race, plenty of time left. We've got some confident people in that boat. And again, it's just 1 race. Just trying to keep the mental game where it should be and just take it 1 leg, 1 jibe, 1 race at a time.
I am trying to look. Boat 7, I want to say that looks like the Quakers.
I would say so. You got that split P with the red and blue.
Yeah, that does look like they're boat 7.
Yep.
Okay, guys, that is indeed the Pennsylvania Quakers right now that is leading this race. So, I was giving some lovely, lovely facts about the Pennsylvania Quakers from my former coach, Isaac Clark, who I'm looking over to at the left. For some reason, this reminds me of when we were at Mallory Nationals at MIT. I was there with Isaac Clark. I was winning a race, and as his Penn sailors are winning this race right now, I remember, everybody was telling, it was Ken Legler on the mic as well, sitting where I'm sitting right now, and the Ken Legler's to my right. Look at this. I've got Isaac to my left, Ken Legler to my right, and I remember when I was winning that race at Mallory Nationals, and somebody went up to Isaac and he looked away. He just for 2 seconds, and somebody goes, "Gloria just capsized," and he was like, "Nah, I don't believe it. That's funny. That's really funny." But I really did capsize, and I remember.
And it wasn't funny.
And it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny because I lost a lot of boats. And Ken Legler was on the mic, and he was like, "Whoa, that sucks." And I re-listened to it, later that night, and I was like, "Wow, that did suck." So
he was right. Well, we're hoping to have a little bit more breeze tomorrow. Hoping to see a little bit more of that action. I would honestly, it sucks to be capsizing, but man, when boats are flipping left and right, and it's almost survival mode. I certainly won't be up here, but that's some fun sailing to
Well,
watch.
Colin, buddy, I'm not gonna lie to you. It actually wasn't windy. We were
Oh,
just
it wasn't?
sailing. We were just sailing fireflies, and I don't know if you've
Trekkie.
sailed those fireflies, but the dagger board is like this huge metal slab.
Oh yeah.
And if you don't
is it
put
a
it-
centerboard? Does it slide up and
Yeah,
down?
yeah, centerboard rather, yeah. And so if you don't put it down in a jibe and you roll really hard,
Yeah.
fun fact, you will capsize.
Happens with a lot of these dinghies.
Yeah, so, and that may or may not have happened to me. But a little fun fact about the UPenn sailing team is that it is a small team which consists of only 18 people. And this is their first time qualifying for all 3 end-of-year nationals
Wow.
ever. Wow.
Good for them. I mean,
Good
wow.
for
I mean,
them.
coming up with a vengeance. Jeez.
And they only have 1 senior in their entire team, which is... That means they're going to be coming back for more, and as quoted, more to come.
Yeah,
meaning
I'm sure.
they're ready. They're ready. It's a young team, and they're ready for more. They want it. So
Yeah.
they have their entire team at nationals, all 18 people.
That's pretty impressive.
Wow.
I've also been told by Coach Isaac Clark that Quakers have nothing to do with ducks, so I guess he must have a few people looking for the Quackers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not the Quackers, the Quakers. So
Excellent.
I'm hearing we just gonna get snatched. So they also apparently have a team pet named Ruthie. It's Shanty's dog, and one of their members, Tori Chisari, is one of the founding members of the Penn Baking Club. So shortly, I believe we're getting Colin snatched away. Colin, do you have any shout outs to family or friends that you'd like to give right before you are dragged away?
Everybody in Annapolis, everybody in Rhode Island, and go Nats, as per usual.
There we go. So, folks, we're going to take a little break here as I try to find the next person to join me on this lovely live broadcast. Thank you, Colin, giving him the biggest round of applause here, sending so much love out there, and go Nads for him. And I will be back with you guys shortly. Thank you. Alrighty, guys. Welcome back. We're here. It is Gloria Kevlicute here with superstar and legend Ken Legler, head Tufts sailing coach. So we're looking at the final few races of the day. The FJs are doing their final 2B races, and they will be done, whereas the 420s will be doing one more race in A division and one more race in B division, and then they will be done for the day. The reason that the race committee has decided upon this is because the rotations do take a significant amount of time, and so this seems to be the last few races that they will be fitting into their schedule. So, Ken Legler, thank you so much for being here with us today. Do you have any words you want to say?
Well, thanks for having me. This is going to be a lot of fun. We've got a pretty exciting race going right here. St. Mary's had a terrible start. 5 points down out of qualifying.
Yep.
But they've rallied, and after the second bid, they've gone all the way through for first place in this race.
Yep. Do you want to bring your microphone in a little bit more? Perfect. All right, one more time from the top, Ken.
So, St. Mary's had a terrible start, 5 down out of qualifying, and yet they bailed out to the right, caught up to Bowdoin, still was behind them on the first beat, but then got by him late in the first beat. Second beat, St. Mary's came all the way through for first place, with Bowdoin struggling back around 10th. So if this holds up, instead of Bowdoin be qualifying by 5 points, St. Mary's will be qualifying by 5 points over Bowdoin.
Right, and so this is the action that we've been waiting for, right? It's those final few races, and we're looking at those teams that are sitting between 8th and 10th, correct?
Yeah, right now it's the battle between 9th and 10th. And in the Western, there's almost 20 points between for MIT to make up.
Right.
So I don't think they can do that because they haven't been doing particularly well in B Division. But St. Mary's definitely can make a play here to qualify.
Yep, absolutely. And so I got word from Adam Warblow that in B Division for St. Mary's Seahawks right now, we have skipper Madison Bashaw, class of 24. She is a sophomore, and she is having Sam Muir, class of 23, crewing for her. Sam was just sailing in A Division with Owen Hennessy, and knowing that Sam is a superstar crew, Warblow made the executive decision of putting Sam in with Madison Bashaw. That means that Sam Muir will be sailing 4 back-to-back races, and so this is not going to be an easy feat, but having trust in that crew and their skill, knowing that they can help out their teammate and bring them back to the front, this could be the difference between 9th and 10th place.
And Bowdoin's having a pretty good run, so they appear to be moving up to about 9 or 8, so if St. Mary's holds on the lead, they will be holding that top spot with 1 race to go, but boy, it's going to be close in the last race.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where all the action is watching these final few races, because it can make all the difference between being up there at the top of the fleet and being in the back, especially with the points being so tight.
Shout out to former Stanford coach Blake Middleton is listening today. He was a Stanford coach for 9 years.
Awesome.
Back in the 80s and 90s. And also, how about that Webb Institute?
Yeah.
It's the smallest school, one of the smallest schools in the country, and clearly the smallest in college sailing. But this is not their first time at a national championship. There was one year where they were leading for 2 days and ultimately got ground down and came a close second back in 1976. But they're currently good in big boats as well as dinghies, and it's terrific that they're here.
Right, absolutely, and they have been doing quite well as a team, especially as a club team being so small. With I was told earlier that they only have 100 students at their entire school, so for them to be able to field together a team and come here and perform so well, we saw them at the top of some of those races today.
Yeah, they're not bad.
Yeah. So definitely keep your eyes out. Right now we have the if I'm not mistaken, those are the Zim FJs. So that is going to be the Eastern race at the moment. So looking at that in the Eastern, we have in 9th place. This is the race you're going to be wanting to watch, because this is the one where we have the final B races for the Bowdoin and Seahawks that are fighting for that final spot in the top 9.
There's a possibility that St. Mary's can lower their score even more. They're carrying 2 redresses for the mass falling down. Their average was 12. If their average drops to 11, they'll gain 2 more points.
Oh, interesting.
And they just finished second, so that's a very good possibility that they drop their average.
Yep, Absolutely.
Also, Bowdoin is still trying to get across the finish line. St. Mary's finished second.
Incredible. That's definitely what you want to be seeing from the St. Mary's Seahawks. And what a race for Madison Bashaw, just a sophomore female skipper that is out there. That is one of those female skippers that we, out of the entire fleet of 18 alone in this semifinal group, plus another 18 in the other semifinal group. I can't help but be very impressed with the women that are able to do such a great job out there.
Bowdoin just finished 9th, 7 behind St. Mary's, so that puts them 2 behind St. Mary's with 1 race to go. But I think that actually might be 4 points behind,
Right.
because of St. Mary's average going down.
Yeah, absolutely. So, this final race is, Ken, I'm curious, what do you think that you have to do when as a coach, do you usually tell your sailors before they go out there, knowing that their points are going to be all the difference in this final set? Do you like to go with the approach of telling your sailors exactly where they need to finish for these races, or do you go for the coaching approach where you just let them go out there and tell them have a good race?
Well, there are some sailors that don't want to know the score.
Right.
However, that's a problem. Let's say you need to put a boat between, and if they don't know that, and
Right.
they're 1 point ahead coming into the finish, and they don't put a boat in between,
Right.
that could be the difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yes, I'm going to tell them.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think that sometimes when it comes to this final moment where, the Seahawks know that they need to finish it ahead of Bowdoin, this is the kind of approach for a start where you might want to match race them this entire time, right? So this is the kind of start where if I was the St. Mary's Seahawk right now, I'd probably be wanting to start leeward of Bowdoin and making sure that I have them behind me that entire race.
Likewise, Bowdoin's now behind by 2 or more points, so they're going to want to match race St.
Yeah.
Mary's, start to lure to them, force them over early somehow.
Exactly.
Or force them to it's very difficult to match race within a competitive fleet, particularly at mid-fleet.
Right.
Because there's too many boats to bob and weave and dodge.
Mhm.
You could be covering somebody and then have to tack,
Right.
and now you're not covering them anymore. Or
Right.
you got to dip boats that they don't have to dip. So
Right.
if the point spread is more than 3 or 4, you might want to do the opposite. Instead of covering, split.
Right.
So that you go the right way, they go the wrong way. You can put a chunk of points in between.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely the hopes, but that's a lot easier said than done for sure when we're sitting here watching. But 100%, it's definitely going to be a tight race, and we're going to be wanting to watch them very, very closely. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh here and make sure that we have the sail numbers of the Seahawks and the Bowdoin Polar Bears. So Seahawks are going to be in boat 1, and the Polar Bears are going to be in boat 9. So those are the 2 boats you're going to want to be watching for this next race without a doubt. What do you think about the leaders? How those guys that are winning the semifinals, how do you think their attitude should be going into the finals or even into these last 2 races? Knowing that they've pretty much secured their spots onto the finals, what do you think their attitude should be going into the finals?
Well, that's a good question. Winning this regatta is bragging points for about 12 or 15 hours or so.
Yes.
Starting tomorrow, it doesn't matter at all,
Yes.
as long as you qualify. But for tonight, there's some bragging rights for winning this regatta. That said, if you're comfortably qualifying or uncomfortably with no chance of qualifying, one of those teams that's already locked in, you might see some wholesale substitutions going on in this last set.
Right. Yeah, and so, how's the Tufts team looking right now, and how are you feeling about the past few days? And after team racing, how has been the attitude of the jumbos?
Well, we seem to struggle in the very, very light stuff when it's blowing 3 knots.
Yep.
We struggled in team racing, and we struggled in the first day set here. Then we turned it around, and we've been doing pretty well, except for the occasional bad race. But we're comfortably qualifying now.
That's awesome.
We may be one of those teams making a substitute.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's the one really neat thing here, folks. If you're listening in, if you're one of those teams that's comfortably qualifying, the really nice thing is when you know that you're gonna make it, you're gonna push on to the finals. The really nice thing is that you can take one of those. Maybe you've been having a freshman sitting on shore, or a senior, no matter who it is, somebody who hasn't been able to touch the tiller or touch the jib sheets yet. This is a perfect time for them to go out there and have their fun in the semifinals. semifinals because you know that you will be moving on to the finals. So, any one of those players that has been here and traveled all the way out to New Orleans, here in Louisiana, and here in front of beautiful Lake Pontchartrain, this is one of those chances to put one of those underdogs you've had or one of those people that's been helping on the shoreline. We were emphasizing how important it is to have a strong shore crew, and this is one of their chances to just go out there and have some fun because you know that your team will be moving on to the finals.
So there's still a possibility that MIT can move into a qualifying spot here. Let's take a look at what they need to do with one A race and one B race to go in the Western semifinals.
That is correct. So I'm looking at it. MIT is sitting in 10th place right now with 191 points, whereas the Brown Bears are sitting in 9th with 172 points. So you can say that they are a good, 21 points behind? 19 points behind. So, this is definitely a matter of being very close. We're seeing that I believe this is A division for the Western semifinals out there right now, and they will be racing. So, you're going to want to be looking at the MIT Engineers and the Brown Bears. Let's go ahead and take a look at what sale numbers they're going to be in. Give me 1 second here, folks.
10 for Brown and 16 for MIT.
Fantastic. So we're going to be wanting to look at 16 and once again 10, 16 and 10. So we see 16 here. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like they are punched out off the pin.
Yeah, they're a fourth from the pin, a fourth from the right in our view, with a solid open lane. That's good news for them. MIT is also front row, but much further west on this course. And they also have a lane at the moment, although they don't look quite as strong as Brown does. And they need to put 19 points on in 2 races.
Right.
It's going to be tough to do.
Yeah, so MIT Engineers are going to be looking for, this is the kind of race where they're going to need to be at least top 5 for sure. And hoping that their competitors, the Brown Bears, will be somewhere deep in the lower numbers.
Yeah,
in the
Brown's
back of the
not
fleet.
deep, though. Brown's going well here.
Exactly. So this is actually this is not in MIT's favor by any means. So that's the tough thing about these races is you could try and match race your opponents, you could not, and when there's a big point difference like this, you can kind of hope that you're going to do really, really well and that the opponents will be doing really bad. But if they're a strong team, there's not much you can do there in terms of hoping that they're going to do bad.
I'm sorry, I got the numbers mixed up. It's easy to do with this rotation, but it is MIT in 16 that just tacked on the east side of the course in a nice little puff. Brown is on the west side of the course in boat 10, looking for more velocity.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so maybe MIT could make up some points here.
Yeah, absolutely. And so MIT is sitting in 3rd in A division. We've got Sam Bruce, class of 24, Maya Prasad, class of 22, Nicholas Abate, class of 25. So it looks like MIT has a very strong A division lead. In terms of how they've been doing in A division, they've been doing quite well in the Western semifinals. And Brown A division has actually been having quite a rough go. We have Connor Nelson, class of 24, and Julia Reynolds, class of 22. But hopefully they'll, for the sake of Brown, hopefully they'll be able to punch out here. I know that their B division has been doing quite strong. In their B division, they have again one of those female skippers that has been starting. We have Olivia Belda, class of 22, and then Jack Murphy, class of 22, with the crews Emma Montgomery and Madeline McGrath, all classes of 22. So that their B division is a much older group of sailors, but they have had quite a strong presence in the fleet racing in the B division. So Olivia Belda, even last year at Nationals, she had a very, very strong performance. I believe she is an All-American, and so she has been she's been doing quite well, and she's definitely holding the team up in the rankings along with Jack Murphy as well.
So Penn just rounded the weather mark in first, followed by Wisco, and MIT is third around the weather mark.
So this could cause for the change up in the scores that we are looking for in terms of the top 9 here. Now, don't forget, folks, we still will have a B division race from these 420s in the Western semifinals. This is going to be the last race of A division for the West semifinals, and then we will be looking for one more for B division. So this will be one of the coveted races that will be making all the biggest difference.
Bowden got around that mark. It's Brown and MIT we're looking for, and Brown is in 8th with MIT in 3rd. So that's only 5 points that MIT is making up. They still have 14 more points to go.
Right. So they do have quite the uphill battle left for them. So if you're in that spot, I mean, what can you do at that point, right? It's just
try to win the race and hope that the other team is deep. You can't go with them if you need that many points.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's a tough spot to be in at that point in time, without a doubt.
If the pin is high risk and high reward, time to go for the pin.
Yeah, exactly. You got nothing to lose at that point, right? So it's going to be a tough climb up for them for sure. So I must say that in the western semifinals, talk about a good showing for University of Rhode Island. They are currently sitting in first place in the western semifinals. This has been a very strong regatta thus far for them, and this has definitely been not an easy journey for them on the way there.
Well, URI is a really good fleet racing team. During COVID in the fall of 21, they were double-handing up and down Salt Pond all season long.
Yep.
And they got really, really good at FJ sailing.
Yeah.
And turns out they're not so bad at 420 sailing either.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, they've had quite a strong showing. They punched ahead a little bit of Roger Williams University. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be doing in the next few days in the finals. It looks like they've easily secured it from this point on, and so I'm excited to see them in the finals here. Show everybody what they got. I know they have a senior Aiden Naughton in A division here, so he's ready to put it out all out on the table. This is his final go at it.
And it's good for Coach Moose McClintock, who was a URI grad, class of 76, and a world champion in many different classes. And they are a solid team.
Yeah.
And team racing was not their forte, but they were so fast, and they actually did pretty well at Team Racing New England.
Yes, that's correct. I believe that they even made it on to the top 6 at Team Racing New England, if I am not mistaken. It was a great showing from them. So, and Ken, your Tufts team has had quite a strong showing. I know you have a very strong women's team as well. Are you guys looking forward to the women's national championship?
Well, we're not super strong. We lost our women's ace skipper this spring. It was our 5th year, and just has other things to do. But the people we do have are small and fast. So they'll do okay here. They got 9th in last year's nationals, fighting out with you actually.
Yeah.
And they'll do all right here too.
Yep. So, yeah, we're definitely looking forward to seeing them. I know you've been putting in a lot of work with your team and so on, and you guys had a pretty decent team race showing. I know it was definitely some of the toughest team racing out there I've seen in quite some time, especially with the selection committee and so on. So, you jumbos were giving everybody quite a fight out there.
Well, every major team racing we got in New England all spring is a bloodbath.
Yeah, this is true. I could not have described it better. Bloodbath is definitely the words we're looking for here. All right, and so luckily, I'm looking at the screen here, and sometimes it's a little hard for me to see some pennies here, but luckily Ken here has some binoculars with him, so he's able to give you guys a pretty good shot at what's going on out there. But I know we're looking for this final. Let's go ahead and I'm going to refresh these scores that I've got for the Open Eastern semifinals. I see that they have entered the scores for the B division. Race 11B, Stanford finished in 3rd, Yale in 5th, Tulane in 4th, Georgetown in 6th, Harvard in 9th, Connecticut College in 11th, Fordham in 16th, BU in 12th, St. Mary's with a 2nd, Bowdoin in 8th, North Carolina State in 10th, Hawaii in 18th, Florida State in 1st, Webb Institute in 13th, ODU in 17th, Kings Point in 15th, George Washington in 7th, New York Maritime in 14th, and folks, a 2nd place for St. Mary's indeed did punch them ahead of Bowdoin Polar Bears. St. Mary's is now sitting in 9th with 215 points, followed by the Bowdoin Polar Bears with 218. Now, keep in mind, this actually looks quite tight. BU Terriers, after that 12th place finish, is actually sitting in 8th with 211 points. So there is a shot that the BU Terriers. I think that Bowdoin is only 7 points behind BU. We could see a huge mix-up here between 8th, 9th, and 10th. So, the BU Terriers are going to have to put up a good showing for this next race because they're not so far behind. They're not that far ahead from 10th place here. So this next race could actually knock off BU in addition to this could be anybody's game. This could be between BU, St. Mary's, and Bowdoin.
Well, even Fordham is not yet locked in at
Right.
7th place. They're only 12 ahead of Bowdoin.
Right.
So if Fordham comes in last, they got problems.
Yeah, exactly.
Same with BU.
Right.
St. Mary's, interestingly, their B division had 122 points going into that race, and because they got a second, they dropped their average from the two redresses at 1 point each, and so they still have 122 points in B division. So instead of being 1 up, they are 3 up now ahead of Bowdoin.
Right. So this next race is going to be crucial. We're talking from 7th place to 10th place. There's a total toss-up between Fordham, BU, St. Mary's, and Bowdoin. Any one of these teams could be having to pack up tomorrow and not return for the finals.
And St. Mary's average could actually drop back to 12th if they have a bad enough race. But let's presume that they keep the average at 11. They have a 3-point lead on Bowdoin for the last spot, with BU holding a 7-point lead for the last spot.
Right. So this is, folks, hold on to your chairs and stay tuned because B division for the Eastern semifinal is getting ready for their start. They are definitely in sequence, if not already off of the starting line. So this final race for them is going to be the difference between who's packing up and having to go home. Here we are. You can see that we have the Western semifinals A division. I believe they're coming up to they're rounding the windward mark for their W. Do they have a W5 for this one?
Probably a 5
Yeah.
since they're only doing one race.
Right, and then B division will be rotating in for the final race of the Western semifinals. So you can see here now, as I'm looking, we have Tufts just around
In 7th.
in 7th.
Brown's going to be 8th. And MIT got around in 4th. Yeah, that's only 4 points better than Bowdoin. That's not going to be enough. I'm sorry, 4 points better than Brown.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, MIT it's a tough, Brown is doing a great job. You got to commend them. They're doing a great job of making sure that they're not putting in that big of a point gap behind MIT. So, they're doing their one job is just to stay those few points ahead of MIT, and they're doing a great job doing so. This is definitely no easy mental task, right? When your coaches do have to tell you before your last race, hey, you need to finish here or higher, otherwise we're not qualifying for the finals. That is definitely no easy task.
So, Gloria, it's a little tricky to keep track of 2 regattas at once.
I know, right?
But that's what's happening. I think that the Eastern is going to hold off their start until Western gets around that leeward mark.
Right.
So that means postpone the drama a little bit longer before that last race.
We wanted the drama. Yeah, so
that's a close one, too.
Yeah, it does appear to be that way. So, yeah, I mean, you can probably comment on this, but how great of a job has our PRO been doing with keeping this regatta rolling, both of them?
Well, given that we haven't thought about him all regatta, that means he's doing a good job.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I got to say, we've got all the coaches over to our left here, and I haven't heard a single complaint about the PROs. I think they've been doing a great job of cranking off every single race and keeping everybody efficient, and I think they have done quite an excellent job. Would you agree on that?
Well, they've also got a pretty decent race committee out here. They've got at least 4 race committee boats, if not 5. Finished boats, 2 start boats, and a mark boat or 2.
Right.
And then there's a couple umpire boats out or judge boats out as well. So they've got some good help. The breeze has been pretty steady. It's been an easy day for running races.
Right.
Except for the occasional breakdown.
Right.
Which is not their fault.
Yep. Yeah, so, I have to say this event has been going very, very smoothly thus far, and, I think everybody's quite eager to see how this final race will come out. But as of right now, it looks like we may be, unless some major... Sorry about that. 1 second, folks. Right, and I'm back. So looking at this downwind, we're going to see from the, let me just confirm one more time. Looking at the Western semifinals here for the A division, this is their final race. We will see them around the Windward Gate, the Leeward Gate, and then they will be coming back upwind for a finish. So once they finish, they will be coming back in, do a quick rotation, put their final B division in, correct?
Yeah, for the teams that are, everybody's going to have a little different emotion going in this race. For about 8 teams, it's definitely their last race of the season.
Right.
And they, like I said, they may be making substitutions, or they might be crying, or who knows.
Yep.
Or just relieved to be done. But for the teams that are still battling, they want to be racing tomorrow and Sunday.
Right.
And not watching on this live stream.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they don't want to listen to my voice for another 2 days. I think some people must be getting sick and tired of it.
No,
so.
you're doing great.
Thanks,
it's just that they'd rather be racing.
That's true. I'd like to be racing out there right now as well, except...
Me too.
Except for sometimes when it gets too hot, and then I'm like, you know what, this spot's not too bad. So, I think the emotions will be high after this next race, and emotions will be high without a doubt. I mean, it is no... some sailors here still will be looking forward to having the women's national championship, but then there will be a lot of sailors that you're right, this is going to be their last race of their college sailing career, without a doubt. And there's a lot of seniors here, and a lot of them that have even missed their college graduation for this event. And so, I can only imagine how high the emotions must be, and it's all about just making sure that you're having a good time, right?
Well, our guys made out. They got a special graduation ceremony a week ago, Friday.
Oh.
With the president and
Incredible.
The photographers, etc.
Oh.
However, the real graduation is coming Sunday.
Yeah.
There's a heat warning out. It's supposed to be 95 degrees in Medford, Massachusetts on Sunday. Yeah. It'll be high as 60 the next day, but graduation day is going to be miserably hot.
Yeah, well, there you go. The Tufts Jumbos sure did luck out then from your sailing team. Definitely nothing like a private ceremony with the president. That is incredible. Do you guys have a guest speaker at the Tufts graduation for this year?
Yeah, I forget who it is. Students could tell you, obviously. They did have one short speaker who was actually one of the parents who happens to be on the board of trustees.
Incredible. Yep, that's the speeches are always the tearjerkers, without a doubt. So we're looking at the Western semifinals coming up here to the finish soon. I would say that they're about maybe halfway up this leg. We see that the boats outright are tacking over. Looks like most of them are crossing. Ken, what do you think has been working the best today in terms of these upwind legs?
Well, early on, Navy was taking the pin and getting bullets or seconds from the pin, because it was windy enough so that there was a cost of tacking, and by taking the pin you can send it, tack once. If you get the shift, you win the race. If you don't, you're still up there. However, the breezes generally trended right a little bit during the day.
Mm-hmm.
The lefties weren't there as often, and the breezes also come down a tiny bit. It's no longer full-on light crew hiking,
right,
and heavy crews even hiking a bit. It's more about getting a good start and trying to stay in phase. Because
right,
the later it gets, the more you can afford to tack on the shifts.
Right, so it looks like for our... Let me take a look. I believe that we have a start underway for the Eastern semifinal. This is the race where you're all going to be wanting to watch, because this is the race that will determine... This is the race that is tight between 7th through 10th place. It looks like it is underway, and I see folks are tacking onto port already. So once again, we're going to have the St. Mary's Seahawks. Let me just refresh. We're going to have the St. Mary's Seahawks in Boat 1. We're going to have the Bowdoin Polar Bears in Boat 9, BU Terriers in Boat 12, and the Fordham Rams in Boat 16. This will be the race that you will want to be very attentive with and watch and make sure and see who is going to be the one team out of those 4 that will be getting knocked out and unfortunately having to go home.
Well, St. Mary's did not have a good start. They started about mid-line, but second row, when the whole fleet flipped to port, they also flipped to port. behind that front row. I cannot yet find BU or
BU in 12 and the Rams in 16.
well, we're looking for
Bowdoin especially. Bowdoin 9.
I can't find 9 yet.
Got it. Yes.
But St. Mary's started the race around 14th or 15th.
You know, as a former Seahawk, I do not like to hear that.
Well, but they're good. I mean, their boat handling is excellent. They sailed through the entire fleet in the race before. And
Right.
They could do it again. Still looking for Bowdoin.
Right. Yep, this is definitely, I mean, the start here is definitely a crucial one to win without a doubt. I mean, win or at least be up there in the top boats. So, you know, if this is true, and you know, St. Mary's had a tough start, and unless Bowdoin also got a tough start, then this is going to be a tough one for the Seahawks.
Bowdoin's not doing well either. They're checking a flyer. They're leftmost in our view, so looking up the course from the committee boat, the rightmost boat right now.
Interesting.
And I don't think, if they tracked, I think they'd be going behind the fleet.
Well, look at that, folks. We have a lovely drone footage of the very end of this Western semifinals here. So you're able to see these boats crossing through the finish line. I will be sure to read out the scores after they are entered. And we will see how Brown finished ahead of MIT, whether or not they fell back at all, and whether or not the MIT engineers have a chance at climbing their way into that 9th place spot.
And Brown rallied. They're going to qualify.
You think so?
Yeah, they're right over there. I think they finished second.
Wow. Alrighty, folks. Stay tuned. I will be sure to refresh the scores. If that is the case, then we might be looking at a solid already placement of the top 9 teams for the Western semifinal. If that is the case and Brown rallied, and there is a larger than 18-point gap between Brown and MIT, that means that you folks will be looking at your top 9 teams that will be moving on to the finals from the Western side.
Yeah, there is. Brown did well. There's more than 18 points between them. Brown's in.
Brown is in, folks. If that is the case, we will be sure to pull up the rankings. But while we're at it, why don't we keep watching this Eastern race in the Sim FJs? We are seeing boat 15 and boat 3 here on our screens. I'm hearing a lot of chatter going on downstairs. I'm assuming that Brown is officially in, and there are folks celebrating.
And Bowdoin is not doing well. And St. Mary's is starting to make a comeback now through the fleet. They might be as high as mid-fleet by now.
That is great news for, I'm watching the coaches here to my left. They're grabbing onto their chairs, everybody's talking, making sure that this is tough as a coach, right? You want to be right there by their side and telling them what to do, but this is tough. This is in the hands of the players and totally their mental headspace and where their head's at. So that's going to make all the difference here.
Yep, St. Mary's is flying. They're about mid-fleet, moving up.
There you go, folks. So I'm just refreshing the scores here from the Western semifinals.
What's our crew's name on the St. Mary's boat? That guy's good.
That is Sam Muir. He is a phenomenal crew. He has been normally been crewing with Owen Hennessy, but I had the pleasure of sometimes sailing with Sam, and I will tell you he is easily one of the best crews I've ever had. He is fantastic. He has been having such a strong season, and for Sam to have had a superstar set here, move from A division to B division crewing, we're talking 4 back-to-back races. There is something about that.
Well, because I just watched them tack in a lefty blast, and they were instantly hiking and trimming on the other side. Now they just tacked again to starboard on the ley line.
You're making it feel like I'm sailing with him right now.
Yeah, no, they're above mid-fleet now. They're going to round 4th.
There you go, and that's what we like to hear. I'm trying to look and see if Adam's having a little bit of a sigh of relief. I know there's still a little bit of the race left to go, but he's definitely feeling good. And hey, Warblow, you've got a dragonfly on your shoulder, buddy. Their good luck, I'm hearing. So he's going to keep it there. He seems very comfortable with the dragonfly on his shoulder at the moment. So let's take a look at how we are rounding here. St. Mary's did indeed round in approximately 5th place here, but let's go ahead and take a look. Where are the rest of the teams here?
Well, I can see them. Bowdoin and BU are right next to each other. In fact, at one point, Bowdoin's shadow was on BU's sail. And that's not going to be enough for Bowdoin. They need to do more than put their shadow on the other sail. They need to put a whole bunch of points in between.
Right. So, this is going to be neck and neck without a doubt. So let's go ahead and take a look for the Fordham Rams here. We're looking for boat 16 on the screen. The Fordham Rams are currently sitting in 7th place. And so they are still neck and neck in points as well. So that will be another boat that you're going to be wanting to keep your eyes on, folks.
So Bowdoin and BU just rounded right next to each other, pretty far back in 15th and 16th.
Do we see a boat 16?
Yeah, they're in 14th.
Okay, so it looks like this is going to be it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a toss-up between Fordham, BU, and Bowdoin. I'm not sure that this will be enough for Bowdoin to climb their way back up, though.
Not looking good for Bowdoin. Bowdoin's in 10th. They're a few points out, and they need to finish in the top half of the fleet here.
Right.
And right now they're in 15th.
So I'm still looking to refresh these Western semifinal scores. Western is already back to shore, and I'm seeing their B Division skippers already heading out for their final race of the Western semifinals of the Open Fleet Race National Championship. So looking at it, no, that is the Eastern. All right, looking at this race, we see boat 1, St. Mary's, definitely up there in the top part of the pack. So, but it's always tough because you've got all these boats to the right side of you. So, we're going to be looking for them to, having that jib stay full. Those first few bit of flickers is sometimes not great for the speed.
Not much is changing on this run leg. St. Mary's might be up to 3rd, but still probably 4th.
We're definitely going to be looking for these other teams to, they're going to have to take risks. Bowdoin especially going to have to take a big risk to get themselves some points here. Going ahead and taking a look here, Bowdoin and boat 9. I'm not seeing them rounding any marks just yet. Then we have the Fordham Rams and boat 16. They're pretty deep back though. They're further behind than Bowdoin, but even then they still might be clinching on to the qualifiers here.
In that race, looks like George Washington is winning the race. Followed by Florida State.
Yep.
And St. Mary's is behind them on that side of the course, but they're not quite in 3rd because there's boats around the other gate mark.
Right. Looks like Fordham, the Rams, and boat 16 are taking quite a bit of a digger here as well, which, I think they're still quite comfortable considering that their Bowdoin is much further behind them. But even then, it's quite a toss-up here.
Yeah, that trio is all running together, Bowdoin, Fordham, and BU. So St. Mary's probably going to move up to...
possibly 7th.
Yeah, possibly as high as 7th.
That's definitely what you want to be seeing, If if you're on the St. Mary's sailing team, this is the exact kind of set that you were looking for, so that way you can move on to the finals here. So I'm sure that they are thrilled.
Meanwhile, at the top, Stanford had a third, and so easily maintaining first overall. Yale easily maintains their second overall with a fifth in that last race. Tulane with a fourth. It's really great performance by Tulane. They had a bunch of bullets in A Division.
Right, yeah, they had a very strong performance in A Division today, and that had definitely secured them a spot in the moving on to the final 9.
Yeah, they passed Georgetown in the process, who's solid fourth. Harvard's a solid fifth. Connecticut College is in there at sixth. And after that, Fordham, BU, St. Mary's, not sure what the order will be, but those are probably your other qualifiers from the Eastern.
Right. So yeah, as soon as this race is over for the Eastern, we will have our Eastern will be done for the day, and then that will solidify who is moving on to the finals. So, you know, we of course still have one more race for the B division of the Western, but right now Eastern is so close to being done. So once again, as Ken was saying earlier, this is some sailors' final races of their regattas, and so, you know, Ken, do you have any words of wisdom for somebody who knows that this is it?
Well, I mean, like I said, it can be emotional, but try to enjoy the moment. If it's your last race in your college career, and try to cherish the friendships you've made along the way, and try to come back to your alumni regatta, or, hey, better yet, maybe helping out with umpiring, race management, and then someday, since you've all gone to such elite colleges, you can give back in a more substantial way. Yeah,
there you go. So, yeah, you know, those are definitely all great examples, and you know, it's college sailing is such a fantastic organization, and it's so tight knit and everything, and they do such a great job of bringing alumni together for sure. Like over the events that I umpired this spring, I had a great time because I got to see so many sailors myself that I used to sail against in college sailing, and they were there umpiring with me as well. So it's a great way to, you know, give back and hang out with friends and just have a good time.
By the way, this is not over yet in this Eastern race. St. Mary's rounded the left gate third and went out to the west. The other pack rounded way behind them at the other gate and went out to the east, and the breeze did go left. So now St. Mary's is, I think, still ahead of the group they need to beat, but just barely. Yeah, they're in a lane. Bowden's still on their hip, but pretty far back. I think St. Mary's is still safe.
I would hope so, Ken.
Well, also the way St. Mary's tacked there, if the breeze comes back at all to the right, they'll just be that much further ahead. Sure enough, Bowden is kind of sagging down astern of St. Mary's by a fair amount.
Right, so
they gained, but they didn't gain nearly enough to catch up to St. Mary's.
Right. So I'm sure that Bowden must be a little bit happy there. But how are we, once we get onto the screen, here we go. St. Mary's rounding in approximately, what is that, 6th place?
I think they're going to round fifth. Yeah.
5th? Okay, so not bad, so we'll take that. I believe that is ODU following them?
Yes, right ahead of Connecticut College, followed by Georgetown.
Boat 11 having a very tough rounding there, having to do a double tack. I'd be shocked if they didn't foul, if that is correct, Bowden there.
No, I think they're clean, but that is Bowden right with them.
Right, so Bowden definitely did make some gains on that upwind, so that's exactly what they were looking for in that instance, but I'm still not seeing Boston University and Fordham. Oh, that's Fordham in 16 there, rounding right behind the Bowden.
Yeah, and somebody's spinning as well. I can't quite tell who, but 11. Oh, there's BU in 12, just about to round.
Right, so what is that? It looks like they're not doing so bad this race at all. I think that is a 14.
BU's about 5 behind Bowden.
Right. Right, so, but BU has 211 total points, whereas Bowden has a total of 218, so
That's only 7.
Yeah, so I'm still not sure, unless Bowden can catch up on some boats here on this downwind and on this final upwind. BU Bowdoin might still have a chance.
Yeah, because BU cannot afford to lose any more boats,
Absolutely
particularly
not.
if Bowdoin picks up some in the last beat.
Right, absolutely. And so we saw in that previous upwind, the Bowdoin Polar Bears did a really, really great job of picking up on some boats. So definitely be keeping an eye on these boats. I mean, you saw it. Bowdoin made so many gains on that final one. So Fordham looks like they're pretty comfortable at the moment because they have a solid 5-point lead on the BU Terriers. But if I was BU, I would be sweating just a little bit right now. What do you think, Ken?
I would too.
Yeah. I'd be sweating from the heat and from the thrill of it,
Yeah,
right?
the situation.
Yeah. So as of right now, if St. Mary's is able to hold where they're at, St. Mary's should be safe on moving into the finals. But it looks like this will be a toss-up between Boston University and Bowdoin Polar Bears. And, you know, Boston University was having a very strong regatta leading up to this exact race. I thought that they were quite solid in the standings for the most part.
Well, they're like you or I. They're fast. They sail FJs every day.
Right.
They go east and west up and down the river, while you or I was going north and south up and down their pond.
Right.
There's a bunch of teams in New England that may not be the elites like the Ivies are, but boy, they're fast.
Yeah. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. You know, the speed in New England is it's hard to compete with, and I got to say that there's got to be something so good for the teams that are competing against these very strong teams every single weekend. That's got to bring some grit to your own team, and it definitely builds your skill level. And competing against tough people makes you so much of a better sailor.
Yeah, they definitely get good competition every single weekend.
Yeah, that's true.
So it looks like there's going to be, of the 13 New England teams, 11 going through to finals.
Wow, so
with
that
2 teams finishing 10th in their respective
right.
semifinals and just missing out.
Right, so that definitely goes to show how competitive the New England district is itself.
Well, the imbalance is worse in women's.
Right.
Women's team racing, the 6 New England teams were on the top 7 at Team Racing Nationals, with Stanford being the one team in there.
Right, right.
Not from New England.
Yeah, so, with what did you think of the Women's Team Race National Championship, Ken?
Well, I didn't get to see it. We were not one of those 6 New England teams. We were good, but not great. The other teams were great. And so it was certainly a cool event. It was definitely time for that to happen.
Right.
There aren't a million teams that are good at women's team racing, but there's enough of them to make a really special championship.
Right. Yeah, and so I think it's a really great thing that they're doing, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the women are able to grow over the next few years, because there's no doubt about it that they've been kind of left out of the team racing a little bit, and so I'm excited to see. I think that with the Women's Team Race National Championship, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more women in the Open Team Race Championship as well.
We will. There's always been 1 or 2 in the past, but now we don't have that conflict. What do you practice? Team racing for the co-ed team, or just fleet racing for the women's team?
Exactly.
No longer a conflict.
Exactly. So I think that this is a great advancement for women all across college sailing, and I think this is going to be huge.
Well, and we're seeing in recruiting, we're seeing more women skippers and more male crews.
Right. So, go women. Woo! So, alrighty. So, Ken, tell us a little bit about this upwind. How are the Seahawks doing relative to the other teams? And right now, if the Seahawks were able to maintain that lead, more importantly, where do the Bowdoin Polar Bears look like they're landing?
Yeah, I'm searching for them now. They're all coming right at us. It's a little hard to tell.
Right.
St. Mary's is doing great. See them. Looking for, there's BU in 12. They don't look too hot.
Yeah, we're gonna be needing to see. We're hoping, for the BU Terriers that there's gonna be some kind of big shift in their advantage at this point in time.
Yeah, they get a big enough righty. They'll be fine. They'll be cross ahead of Bowdoin and put Bowdoin away.
So you do think that they will be ahead of Bowdoin?
I believe so. Right now, they're still really close together. and yet there's 7 points difference.
Right. So it looks like then in that case, Bowdoin might have fallen back a little bit on this final upwind. Is that true?
Well, you can tell the shifts better in FJs because they wobble so much being narrow boats. But BU just tacked to starboard in boat 12, and I think they are going to be, once again, very close. Oh, Bowdoin's making a big, massive dip to get under BU.
Mm.
And so BU is going to tack on them. Not close aboard, but they're going to cover them.
Right. If that is the case, BU is 7 points ahead of Bowdoin. I can only imagine that if Bowdoin didn't put that big gap between them and BU, then Bowdoin is out of the qualifying for the finals then.
Well, BU's not doing a super job covering. They fell down into him a little bit. Now Bowdoin's trying to pinch him off. But Bowdoin is able to hang to windward of Bowdoin. I'm sorry, BU is able to hang to windward of Bowdoin as they're approaching the seawall here on port. So Bowdoin will tack, go behind BU. BU will tack to cover.
All right, we're waiting for boat 1, the St. Mary's Seahawks, to cross the finish line here. And once they do, that means that St. Mary's Seahawks, my alma mater, will be qualifying on for the final 18. And there they are. They cross the finish line, and I'm seeing a sense of relief from the coaches Brady, Bill, and Adam, and that's what a spectacular performance from Maddie Bashaw, class of 23, and Sam Muir, or class of 24, and Sam Muir. You know, Maddie Bashaw, she was actually my crew in college, so the fact that she went from crewing for an entire spring to now skippering for an entire fall and spring. What an incredible performance she put on here for the most important 2 races for the St. Mary's Seahawks.
I think she did both in high school, skipper and crew. I remember trying to recruit her. And by the way, they finished 5th, just one ahead of Fordham, so Fordham's comfortably in.
Fordham is comfortably in.
So Fordham will be 7th, St. Mary's 8th. I think BU will hang on to 9th, and Bowdoin will be 10th.
That is
BU is glued to Bowdoin right now as they're coming up to the finish line.
Congratulations to BU then. Great job for them on clinching that finish and clinching on to the qualifying top 9. They definitely have a very strong team over there as well. And in A Division, they have Tyler Mowry and Catherine Shaken, both very strong sailors, and they've had a very good season. I think they've been finishing up in the top boats and in a lot of the NISA events this spring.
Yeah, BU seems to surprise every spring.
Yeah.
By the way, we're just getting a start off now for the final race of the Western. With Jacksonville taking the pin.
Yep, so let's go ahead and take a look here. So, wow, the Brown Bears finished in 2nd in that last race. So, and unfortunately, MIT finished in 11th. So now the gap here it's well over 18 points, I believe.
Yeah, I think
or
that's
exactly 18 points.
By the way, that was a general recall, so we still have to wait for this last Western race. But I believe all the positions are set.
Yep, that is correct. So from the looks of it right now, for the folks, and that is you have your final 18 going on to the finals of the 2022 ICSA College Sailing Open Fleet Race National Championship. That will begin tomorrow and Sunday. So we will try and give you as much live coverage of that as possible, but we have officially, after these races, some teams do not even need to race in this next race, but let me just read out to you who we have moving on to the Open Western semifinals. We have URI Rams, Hobart and Williams Statesmen, Roger Williams Hawks, Coast Guard Bears, Tufts Jumbos, Navy Midshipmen, Dartmouth Big Green, Boston College Eagles, and Brown Bears. Those are your top 9 moving on from the Open Western semifinal. And after a stellar performance from some teams in the Eastern semifinal, it looks like moving on. Let me refresh my scores here, folks. Looks like moving on from the Eastern semifinals, we have Stanford Cardinal, Yale Bulldogs, Tulane Green Wave, Georgetown Hoyas, Harvard Crimson, Connecticut College Camels, Fordham Rams, Boston University Terriers, and the St. Mary's Seahawks, just clinching on to that final ninth place right there in the last race. You guys saw it here first. I'm seeing some beautiful hugs here from the Boston University Terriers. Look at the emotions of these folks sailing in after finally realizing. I'm seeing quite the reaction here from the Boston University Terriers with some hugs and jumping up and down, and that is quite a sight. Here's that emotions that we were talking about, Ken.
Yeah, there's something going on here with the St. Mary's boat. I think they're doing a little interview down there.
Look at that. They must be feeling great. That's going to be Madison Bashaw and Sam Muir. They must be feeling great after that. She's just a sophomore. She went out there. She's been sitting out for quite some time of these events, and, she's out there, and she deserves this. She deserves a big round of applause. Where are my Seahawk alumni? I want some of you guys chiming in here. There you go. She's got her fist up. She's cheering. We've got our team over at the break wall. She must be feeling good. There she is. My former crew coming in strong, finishing this day strong. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. I'm getting some waves. Come on, give me some. Give me something. There you go. Lovely. You're on camera. There you go. I want a bigger reaction out of them. I just screamed at them that they're on camera. Where are my Seahawks at, cheering that on, clinching on for that ninth place spot right there and then. So congratulations to all the top 9 teams that just qualified on for the finals. We have all 18 places now. There must be a sense of relief that they're feeling now that it's done and over and secured. What are you thinking, Ken?
Well, I'm watching our last race in the Western here. It's inconsequential for everybody, but it's still a practice race for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the scores not carrying over, this is how they finish here. This is definitely a practice race without a doubt, but it's got to be a little bit of a sigh of relief for those teams that were just barely grabbing onto that ninth place spot. Or might have been at the bottom of their semifinal spots, those 7th, 8th, 9th place teams. This is just all the more reason now they get to hit refresh and start all over again for the finals. So what do you think of that, Ken?
Well, I'm looking at first overall is still up for grabs in the Western. Again, it's only bragging rights for the next 20 hours. After that, it goes away. But my alma mater, Rhode Island, is leading the regatta by 5 points over Hobart.
Yeah, there you go.
Rhode Island in B Division is their last 4 races 1-3, 1-2. No wonder they're up there.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And Roger Williams has been incredibly consistent. In fact, just almost a 3-way tie in B Division between Rhode Island, Roger Williams, and Coast Guard is actually leading B by 1 point over the other 2. Right.
So, yep. Might as well. So, as we just wrapped up the Western semifinals, I'm waiting for them to refresh the scores here. And as soon as they do, I will go ahead and read out those Eastern semifinal top leaders of both of those divisions. So just hang on here, folks. We still have one more race to go for the day, and then we will be seeing you guys tomorrow.
Been a giant left shift in this race.
Yep.
Everybody's on port except for 12 and 8. So I guess we're looking for Rhode Island and Hobart to see who can win this regatta.
Right, that is correct. That's definitely a big shift. We're seeing big shoot for the windward mark here. I'm curious how URI is sitting here, because they definitely want to walk away with that win. I think it would be a really good feeling for them to go ahead and move on here with that win in the semifinals.
Rhode Island's about 10, Hobart on 13. Hobart's looking awesome. I think they're leading.
That might be enough to bring them up to the...
Maybe. Rhode Island's doing really well. Rhode Island's directly in front of us by about 8 boat lanes. Everyone on port heading towards the wall and actually towards the mark in this lefty.
That's what you want to see.
I think boat 2 might be leading now. Don't know who that is. Let's see who boat 2 is. That's Roger Williams. And they can still win this. They can put enough points on the other 2.
So Ken, what have you guys been doing to give me a little bit of insight on what your shore crew has been doing to make sure that your team is performing well out there on the water?
Well, this format's kind of slow paced, so they're basically just trying to help keep the others hydrated and fed and out of the sun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not much to do on the boats.
No.
So I think Roger Williams is leading this. The
Looks like they
left
just
shift,
got that big
yeah, well, the left shift is still holding, but the velocity has dropped a bit.
right. It's a great drone fitted shot here. So Ken, tell me, how long have you been with Tufts University now?
It's my 42nd year.
42nd year. Wow.
Before
Wow.
that, I coached at the Merchant Marine Academy for a couple of years.
Awesome.
Before that, I coached the Naval Academy, and before that, I was a player coach at URI.
Wow. Look at that. Yeah, you can. I must say, college sailing is so thankful for everything that you've done for college sailing. You have been such an important piece here. That looks like 15 just fouled 16 here. I'm looking for a spin there. That was on the drone footage. Definitely 15 had to avoid there, or I'm sorry, 16 had to avoid there. But not sure if anybody's going to be willing to spin here. But yeah, going back to that, Ken, you have been such an imperative part of college sailing, and so you've been around with college sailing for so long. So what kind of advice do you have for those young people that are still in college sailing, or people like me that just got out of college sailing? What's the best piece of advice that you can give for us?
Well, personally, given how much I enjoy the sport in all aspects, I'd like to see you get yourself a career that gives you time to go sailing. It's also an expensive sport, but it doesn't. Of course, there's every different kind of boat. You don't need that much if you're going to race something small. You just need time.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So, Ken, what kind of boats were you getting into after college sailing? What is some of the sailing that you saw yourself doing a lot?
I went more of the pro route. I was not a great academic student. I was a student of the sport, and so I went into offshore racing during the summer and winter when I wasn't coaching spring and fall.
Right. Awesome. Yeah. And what kind of boats were you doing that on?
37 footers, 40 footers mostly.
Awesome.
One hysterical month on a maxi boat.
Nice. Yeah. What would you say is your fondest memory of college sailing?
Of college sailing? I don't know. I mean, I was in it for a while. I did 60 college regattas, 20 of them at Coast Guard.
Wow.
Some of my funniest memories were actually racing the killboats at Coast Guard.
Wow. That's
some of the
awesome.
silliest things happen in those things.
Yeah. And looking back then, what is your fondest coaching memory of college sailing?
Well, I've been doing it so long. It's basically the players. I've enjoyed working with so many great kids.
Yeah.
And every spring I lose a few wonderful friends that graduate.
Yeah.
Followed by a fall where I get a whole bunch of naive freshmen showing up. And that happens every year.
Yeah, absolutely.
For one more year.
Yeah, so you're saying you've got one more?
Yep.
Nice. Are you so for those that are still listening for this during this final race here of the Western Western semifinals, Ken and I was lucky to see Ken around this summer. I feel like you can't escape Ken Legler. Ken Legler's always going to be around, and Ken came down and coached my kids for a team race clinic at Stage Harbor Yacht Club over in Chatham, Massachusetts. Shout out to everybody there. Catherine Shakin's mom, and all my lovely host families that were there. And, Ken, you can attest to what a beautiful little town Chatham is and how lovely everybody is. And, the kids that I had were all fantastic. And, I know a few of them are listening here today. And, Ken, what was your favorite? You always come back to Chatham, so what's your favorite part about it?
Well, any of the clubs on the Cape or the islands have just spectacular summer weather.
Mm-hmm.
So I love going to Chatham. I also love Osterville and at Rihanna Yacht Club and Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard.
Right.
In fact, my favorite club I have to tell you is Vineyard Haven Yacht Club.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely a beautiful one. I have always enjoyed sailing out of there when I did. So, folks, we have officially received our scores and have an update on the Eastern semifinals. So, let's take a look at these divisions. I've already announced who is moving on the top 9 teams, but winning the A division in the Eastern semifinal, we have the Yale University Bulldogs, Jack Egan, class of 25, Sean Harvey, 22, Catherine Webb, 23, Benjamin Markert, 23, and Sonia Lingos Utley, 22. They won A division with in first place with a total of 57 points, followed by a very strong performance from Tulane University's Cameron Giblin and Andrea Gonzalez with 65 points. They definitely were making Yale work for it. In third place in A Division, we had Stanford University Cardinal Jack Parkin, 21, Sammy Piquel, 22, Anna Claire Soul, 23, with 76 points. Following in fourth place, we had Georgetown University Hoyas, Jack Ryder, 22, Edward Cook, 23, Annabelle Ayer, 22, Audrey Fung, 24, and Addie Harris, 24, with 84 points. In fifth place in A Division, we had the St. Mary's College of Maryland Seahawks, Owen Hennessy, class of 25, and Sam Muir, 22, with 93 points. Following them in sixth, we had the Connecticut College Camels, Walter Henry, 23, and Catherine Wetzel, 23, followed by Bowdoin College's Polar Bears in seventh place with 105 points, Christopher Lukens, Timothy G., and Hattie Slayton. In eighth place, we had the North Carolina State University, Scott Harris, Olivia Sowa, and Sean Harris. In ninth place in A Division, we had Boston University Terriers with 116 points, Tyler Mowry and Catherine Shaken. And actually, I think it's worth mentioning, I was going to mention all top 9, but Webb Institute tied for ninth place in A Division. The Webb Institute Clippers is 116 points, Rain Duff and Lauren Kirk.
Just quickly looking back at this last race, it is Roger Williams still leading, and I believe Rhode Island is in second.
Wow.
Which would be good enough for Rhode Island to hang on to win this semifinal.
Yeah, absolutely. So in the College Sailing Open Eastern semifinals for the B Division standings, in first place finished Stanford University Cardinal Michelle Larkamp, Wiley Rogers, Patricia Gurley, and Matthew Hogan with 29 points for their B Division. 29 points total.
Wow.
We're talking a stellar performance from Stanford University's Michelle, that entire group. 29 points. Winning B Division. We're talking they were followed by the second place Harvard University Crimson. They followed. Second place team had 69 points. That is a 40-point difference. We're saying that Stanford University Cardinal won B Division with a 40-point gap difference.
Well, those players have been good for a really long time. I remember Wiley Rogers when he only weighed 65 pounds, and he won a heavier Optimist Regatta at St. Thomas by 30 points or something. He's been good since he's been tiny.
Yeah, absolutely. So for Harvard University in second place with 69 points, we had sailors Lachlan McGranahan, Emma Canetti, Alexandra Dorofeev, Marbella Marlowe, and Marley Belsley. Followed in third place, Yale University Bulldogs, Teddy Nicolosi and Anisha Arcott. Followed by fourth place, Georgetown University, 89 points, Mariner Fagan, Scott Maes, Jack Hogan, Spencer Craigstein, Addie Harris, and Audrey Fung. Fifth place, Connecticut College, CJ McKenna, Cecilia Bohan, Liam Granda. Sixth place, Fordham University Rams, Clayton Snyder, Lauren Miller. Seventh place, Tulane University Greenwave, 93 points, Asher Zitrer, Ciara Rodriguez Horan, Jillian Perel, Kit Stroll. I must note Ciara as well is going to be graduating tomorrow. She still made it down for this regatta and had put on a stellar performance in those final two races. She is definitely somebody you're going to want to be keeping your eyes on for the women's national championship.
Yeah, she's good. She clobbered us at the St. Mary's women's fleet racing regatta. Tulane and Stanford were just miles ahead of everybody else.
Yep, so she's definitely somebody you're not gonna want to take your eyes off of for the women's National Championship. In 8th place, we have Boston University Terriers, Mickey Munns, Matthew Hamelsky, and Madeline Stoll with 110 points. 9th place, we had Florida State University Seminoles, 110 points. Joey Meager, Katie Nelson, and Joey Meager and Katie Nelson. So, stellar performance for all the sailors. We can see that they are finally on their final downwind here, but folks, just stay tuned, just be patient here, and we will go ahead and give the shout-outs as soon as the Western semifinals is over.
Well, it's probably refresh and get A Division for Western now. They're done.
That's true. There you go. So for the Western semifinals, we in A Division, we have winning by a solid 7 points here from the U.S. Naval Academy midshipmen. In first place, we have J.C. Hermes, Jack Carminati, Fiona Loban, Ryan Waba, and Colin McGilvery, our friend Colin that was joining us here on the broadcast a little bit earlier. He did indeed get out there and he had his race. So Hobart and William Smith Colleges in second with 66 points, putting up a fight. Jake Vickers and Catherine Klempen in third from URI. Aiden Naughton and Taylor Borges with 81 points. Fantastic job by all three. Those top three boats were constantly in a battle the entire day today. Fourth place from MIT, Sam Bruce, class 24, Maya Prasad, 22, Nicholas Abate, 25. In fifth place in A Division from Dartmouth College with 87 points, we have Robert Bragg, class of 23, James Paul, 23, Eloise Byrne, 21, Drew Clutterbuck, 23, and Reese Bragg, 25. Finishing in the top 5 with 87 points. They did a fantastic job today, making sure that their team was in a qualifying position. In sixth place, we had Roger Williams University Hawks, Spencer Cartwright, class of 22, Aiden Hoogland, 24, Annika Irene, 23, Molly Matthews, 23, and Hank Bailey, 24. That is 89 points, Roger Williams. Seventh place, Boston College Eagles. We had Jack DiNatale, Sophia Reinecke, Michaela O'Brien, Sarah Schumann, and Laura Ferraris. In eighth place from Tufts, the Jumbos, with 92 points, we had Samuel Merson, Alex Fasolo, Celia Byrne, Amelia Carlson. And in ninth place in the A Division of the Western semifinals, we had the College of Charleston Cougars, Brandon Geller, Lucy Klempen, Jack Sutton, and Anna Sherry. So those are your top 9 players from the Open Western semifinals.
So Rhode Island is still hanging on to the lead here. There are 4. They dropped a boat downwind or 2. Tufts moved up to second, but Hobart kept the lead, and Rhode Island dropped to 4th. So Hobart's 3 ahead of Rhode Island. They need a couple more though if they're going to get them for the win. They split, by the way, around the gates. Hobart rounded first, left gate, going course right, upwind, while Rhode Island rounded right gate and heading course left upwind.
Yep.
So if there's a big shift, Rhode Island could still lose this, but and Roger Williams is in there as well, but they need 8 points, and they're only 1 ahead of Rhode Island right now.
Right, yep. So, yeah, this is definitely, it seems like everybody's staying quite solid here, but, I mean, we'll see. Anything could happen here, and we've been watching these upwinds on all day today, and there's definitely been some shifts in positions based off these big shifts. So, just something to keep your eyes out for. But we know for a fact that the top 9 have moved on here. It's just a matter of battling out who wants that, that little kick to their ego and who's going to win this division and so on.
Rhode Island is rightmost in our view. They just tacked to port with pressure. Crew flat out, heading towards the finish.
Yep, and looking at it, actually the Roger Williams and URI team are tied for second in B Division here right now with 53 points. URI is 1 point behind the first place of B Division right now, the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. So, depending on where U.S. Coast Guard Academy finishes here, URI may be able to take the win for the B Division here.
Well, they might, because Roger, who rounded just ahead of him at the right gate, has since abandoned the course left side and went to the middle. But Rhode Island went further and got a nice breeze over there, although they're headed now.
They are very close to the finish here, folks.
Yeah, Hobart's still leading the race, but just barely over Rhode Island.
Oh, folks, so I'm hearing a really, really great news here. How dare I not shout this out, but I hear that Christian Spencer from Wisconsin Badgers got a bullet in the very last race of the semifinals in his last college sailing race of his college sailing career, and it happens to be his birthday. So happy birthday, Christian Spencer, if you're listening out there. And congratulations on that, ending your college sailing career on a very high note. You know, that's one of those exact things, you know, when you know you're not qualifying for the finals, what do you do when you go out there? You have a good time and, you know, you try and end your college sailing career on a high note. And so what incredible performance there by Christian Spencer, winning that final race on his birthday. Talk about a birthday bullet. Congratulations, Christian Spencer.
In the Western race, Hobart did indeed win the race. However, Rhode Island just finished third, and that clinches the Western semifinal for Rhode Island. Tough snuck in the second in that race, and they might end up fifth overall.
Lovely.
Possibly even fourth, depending on where Coast Guard finishes here.
Right. So I'm seeing a few of my friends as well in the chats. Henry Lee, Alden Grimes, Marina Barzaghi, Colin McGilvery. Thank you all for tuning in. You guys have been great and supportive throughout this. These are all Rhode Island folks. Thank you guys again for tuning in. Alden Grimes, a former Bowdoin sailor. I know he was definitely rooting for his team. Henry Lee, currently a URI sailor. Marina Barzaghi, a former USF women's sailor and open sailor as well. So, you know, it's great seeing people listening in still. You know, this race is just now ending, but I'm definitely going to stay here and refresh, see how we finish out this B division for the Open Western semifinals.
Colin, I'm going to say goodbye. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much for coming.
That was a lot of fun. I think I'll be too busy the next 2 days, but Who knows? Maybe we'll be so far behind or so far ahead, I'll join you again.
That's what we love to hear. Guys, thank you so much. Everybody say, you know, thank you here to Ken Legler. Once again, college sailing legend. I really appreciate you coming out, and it's been really great having you, Ken. I will see you later. Thank you. Oh, yeah. So, guys, I'm riding solo here. It's just Gloria here. I'm seeing Henry Lee saying, roadie, roadie, roadie. So I'm flying solo here. I'm seeing some comments, go Rhodey, go Navy, you know, and I'm seeing a Rams. I think that Rhode Island may or may not have been able to clinch the B Division win here. I'm just waiting to refresh these scores, but hang tight here. Pardon me, I had a cough there. But hang tight here, folks, because I would love to announce and give shout-outs to the top 9 players of the Division B. Definitely something to keep your eyes on here, guys, as our lovely camera crew here is going to be panning in on all the sailors as they're sailing back into shore. We're going to see a lot of emotions, positive, possibly sad, but you know, at the end of the day, it's when you're out here, you're competing. It was not an easy event, and you know you can't help but admire the emotions because every single person that is out here at the national championship has put in so much work and effort in being here and working towards their college sailing career, whether they're a freshman or sophomore or senior and so on. You know, it's such an incredible feeling to have even made it to such a crucial event, and so you know it's you can't help but sympathize with these sailors. Look at that, folks. You can hear it now. It's I love to hear it, but here I believe that is tough sailing in right now, and they've got their whole team cheering them on from shore. You can hear the applause. It is such a great feeling. So you know it's hearing all the cheering, and you know I know there's people listening back home. I'm seeing that we've got some Rhode Island people cheering on their teammates right now from home, and I'm refreshing Our B division finishes out as we speak, just waiting along here. But it's you can't help but look at this, and here we are. We've got the URI Rams here in boat 10. They've got the teammates celebrating, and it's got to be such a good feeling, And don't you just miss those former college sailors? Don't you just miss the thrill of it? I'm just talking to myself now, but gosh, there's such a good feeling about it, and even if you didn't do well, like there's still so many good feelings, So just stay tuned for just a second more. I'd love to give the people the recognition they deserve after putting together such a tough regatta and sailing so well. And what a great event it's been. And we're looking forward to all the sailing that we've got ahead. I think we have some really good breeze coming in here for Saturday and Sunday, and you can't help but look forward to it because it's going to be action-packed days without a doubt. Here you go. We've got a nice zoom in on the URI Rams for all those fans that are listening back home. Sailing in, there's got to be a good feeling, I'll tell you what. Just waiting for these scores to come in, folks, and then we will know who the winner of the B division for the Open Western Semifinals is. I have to say, what a nice job to even those teams that did not qualify. Everybody did such a good job putting together such good competition, and it's a collaborative effort, and everybody should be proud of themselves and how they sailed and how all the time and dedication that came into coming out here, and it's not an easy thing. So, without a doubt, everybody deserves a round of applause here. If anybody has any more comments, I don't know if anybody is still tuned in here. I see we have 15 viewers, and then we have 77 watching on YouTube. But if anybody's still watching, maybe you can see me up in the benches, still sitting up here on the second floor balcony, just having myself a time watching these nice celebrations as people are sailing in. But it's a beautiful venue. It's been a beautiful event, and you can't help but look forward to these final few next 18 races that we've got to look forward to. And I have a strong feeling that with this strong race committee, we're going to be able to crank out all 18 so long as the breeze holds. I have no doubt about it by any means. Folks, I have not yet received an update on the scores, but as the day is wrapping up, I do want to get my camera crew out of here momentarily. So, I'm just going to go ahead and read off what I have at the moment. I believe in the B division for the Open Western Semifinal, we had U.S. Coast Guard Academies, Daniel Angst, Nicholas Reeser, Jack Farrell, Lauren O'Neill, URI's Kareem Erkman, Edward Gary, Roger Williams, Cameron Wood, Matthew Dale, Emily Gildia, Annika Irene, Brown University's Olivia Belda, Jack Murphy, Emma Montgomery, Madeline McGrath, Tufts University's Ansgar Jordan, Ann Sheridan, William Aikeen, Hobart and William Smith is Charles Caraway, Will Murray, Sarah Smith, Anna McBride, Boston College Eagles, Colleen O'Brien, Robert Hunter, Michaela O'Brien, Laura Ferreras, Declan McGranahan, Emma Batcher, Dartmouth College's Big Green, Maddie Hawkins, William Mitchells, Yumi Yoshiyasu, Aisling Sullivan, Carlotta Hopkins-Guerra, Ryan Goldstein, University of California, Santa Barbara's Chris Cada, Lucas Crack, Sydney Aguirre, Jake Ziba, Julia Rodebush, and so on. So, folks, thank you so much for listening in today. I'm going to go ahead and head out here. I've got to rest up this voice for the... Thank you, Blake. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and rest up my voice for the next 2 days. We'll see how long I stick around. I know I said I was only staying for team race, but what can I say? I just love college sailing so much that I stuck around for the opens as well. So I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Please get your sleep, stay hydrated, take care of yourselves, and thank you for tuning in for the semifinals of the 2022 College Sailing Open Fleet Race Nationals. Have a great night, everybody.